It's a St. Don video. Love St. Don videos. Let's go. Anything for content.
And all I have to do is eat this entire carton of eggs with the shell still on it.
Yo, Skippy62 Abel, bro. That LA Beast was the original anything for views guy. And dude, from eating pounds of sugar-free gummy bears and just throwing up, rotten milk, eating cacti, 60-year-old, like, fucking Pepsis that have, like, mold in them. Bro, Houston Jones is also I think, like, Houston Jones does pain stuff, right? Like, jackass level shit. They're actually both ends of the spectrum of the jackass, like, type content, right? Like, I think the first people to do anything for, like, views were the jackass guys. Johnny Knoxville, all those dudes. Hyped up on drugs, you know, getting their dicks bitten by snakes and fucking eating just gross shit, you know, inhaling, like, poop fumes, like, just weird shit, you know, like, not even, like, like, beyond fear factor, right? Fear factor's like, oh, sit in a bathtub of leeches. You know, these guys were, like, literally running. Dude, the one scene of Jackass I will never forget is when I think they hooked up Steve-O to a gas mask that ran to a tube of one of the guys that had to eat a bunch of laxatives and run on a treadmill. And he would sweat and shit himself. And then the air from that went into Steve-O's mouth. Yeah, or when he got launched into a porta potty, bro. The stuff the Jackass guys did for views, incomparable to anything done on YouTube. But if you were to try, Houston Jones and LA Beast are those guys. Because Houston Jones does stuff that's painful, like getting hit with, like, you know, 100 paintballs where he's just, like, naked, or, you know, slamming his hand into a bed of nails. I don't know, just, like, random stuff, dude.
Swallow these 4 hot dogs.
Now, we're going to be doing the gauntlet today. I'm going to be drinking a rotten Pepsi, curdled milk, eating a cactus, and then swallowing 5 hot dogs whole.
Chewing them. Shout out on this gnarly looking cactus.
Yo, twin, let me talk to you real quick. There's not even one person making you do this, bro. In one way, shape, or form, this is a demonstration.
Bro, and I don't understand. Okay, maybe it was monetizable, like, 10 years ago, you know, before, like, the adpocalypse. But, dude, even in, like, 2014, when LA Beast was making these videos, do you think they got monetized? I don't know, man. Like, I can't see a world where him drinking a gallon of curdled milk and then vomiting in his washing machine made money. Like, there's no way. Today, that would not be monetized. That would be age restricted now. Are you a busy person? Do you wish that you had an easier way to meal prep your food instead of going to the grocery store and having to pick out things and learn recipes? Well, HelloFresh, the sponsor of today's video, has you covered. HelloFresh recipes are quick and easy, and they're shipped right to your door. You get these little cards, and they tell you everything to do, and you can do it in 30 minutes or less. Everything is freshly packed and organized to make the hassle of meal prepping easier than ever. Instead of having to research recipes and go to the grocery store, it makes my job a lot easier when I'm done stream to be able to just pick up the box, unbox it, and meal prep whatever meal I ordered that I want for that day. So use my code JOEBFM at HelloFresh.com for 10 free meals plus free shipping. Free meals applied as discount on first box. Newer returning subscribers only. Varies by plan. Sign up today. Click the link in the description or use code JOEBFM at HelloFresh.com. Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
Look at this nigga's face. He's not enjoying 1 second of this. Because listen, the thing about posting content online is there's a process.
Bro, the one he did where he puts his hand in some chemical. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? I don't think I can play the video. He puts his hand in, like, this freezing, what is it? Hot ice. Hot ice. LA Beast. Just listen. Oh yeah, it's age restricted. Chat, just listen. Just listen. I'm not even gonna show the video. He puts his hand in hot ice and then dips it in the toilet, and he gets, like, 3rd-degree burns. Listen.
Ah! Oh my god! Ah, this is hard. Ah, okay. Okay.
That shit was peak content, bro. I gotta say, yo, nothing matched LA Beast. You see LA Beast, bro, eating 2 pounds of sugar-free gummy bears. You're like, oh, I'm in for a treat. Like, watching that. Dude, the one where he drinks, the one where he drinks the curdled milk is actually disgusting. Like, dude, if you want to go down a rabbit hole, just watch all of LA Beast's videos. This motherfucker's like 25 in a garage, just drinking like curdled milk. Oh my God, where is it? This is disgusting. Actually disgusting. Where is it? I'm not gonna show him drinking it. I'm gonna show him pouring it. Look. Oh, hell no. No, it's so curdled it can't even pour out of the gallon.
Before you post something,
he's like, I left it out in the sun for 3 days.
first comes the idea, and that's where we should have stopped. This guy LA Beast, I'm scrolling through his channel. Bro, he's been doing this for years on end. This is not a one-off eating challenge. This is this nigga's life. No regard.
Oh yeah, for years. For
human life, just munching away at cactuses.
Yummers.
And this isn't the only thing I'd consider an extreme when it comes to making content, cause real ass thought though, isn't one of the biggest reasons people choose to make content is because it seems easier than a 9 to 5. Which is not, bro. I've been sacrificing my non-existent social life for this shit, bro.
No, I think a 9 to 5 is harder than social media unless you're Skippy62 able. unless you're Skippy62 able. I think doing social media is easier unless you are eating 7 cacti for a YouTube video that's not even really going to make you money.
Cut the show.
That's LA Beast, chat.
I'm done.
But when your content consists of you putting yourself through physical trials and tribulations, you gotta really ask, is the oil rigs that bad though? Cause think about it, you come home from work dirty as hell covered in oil.
Your hands don't look like this while you're eating your lunch. You must be a liberal sissy.
And what you do is you collect that oil, and after 30 years, you might have a full tank, maybe. Allow me to give you some more examples of this treacherous content I'm speaking of. One nigga that's been allowed to fly under the radar for too long is Coyote Peterson.
I'm Coyote Peterson.
Nah, Coyote Peterson's like, it's like, no, there's like an educational aspect to it though. You know what I mean? It's like, it is, yeah, it's the anything for content vibe. But when you watch Coyote Peterson, like, part of you is curious, how painful is a bullet ant? How bad would it be to put your hand in a glove full of bullet ants? He is a little too educational to it. Like, I hate how he doesn't slip character. He'll just be like, ah, that really hurts. Ah. All right, so right now I think I'm dying. Ah. I'm like, dude, just like actually, yo, don't abbreviate Coyote Peterson, Matt. Let's just say Coyote Peterson. Yeah, let's, don't abbreviate Coyote Peterson.
I'm about to be bitten. Why the toe biter? On my big toe.
You don't really look like you want to do this though, do you, Coyote? You know, this guy's a wildlife David Attenborough, Steve-O in situation. And to sum up his content, let me just dub over it. In this jar, we have what's known as an African tribe killer. Receiving its name after it bit a small African child, its powerful venom ended up killing the entire tribe with like Bluetooth or something of that nature. Now we're going to be receiving a lethal dose of this venom directly into our bloodstreams. I'm never doing a bit like that again, but you get the idea. The guy gets bit by stuff that you don't want to get bit by. And then just look at his reaction after getting stung by an executioner wasp. I would say that's an appropriate reaction after getting stung by an execution.
Yo, but like, I want to know how like, you know what I mean? Like, Coyote is curled up in a ball on the ground. You're like, damn, that must hurt. This motherfucker's been stung by everything. So that has to hurt so much more than you think it would. Because, like, the pain tolerance you would build up from just being like, yeah, I've experienced basically every bug sting in the world. And now this has you on the ground rolling. Like, this is probably 10 out of 10 pain.
No wasp gang. And then bro goes on to say this.
Now, to firmly answer your burning question, yes. For me, this really is the end.
Look at his recent videos, you lying ass nigga. 8 of 12 of the videos involved you being hurt by some form of wildlife, bro. But whatever pays the bills, I guess, Coyote. Damn, Coyote's a tough-ass name. To an extent, I'd understand somebody like Coyote doing things like this. Let me get that to an extent slowed and reverbed.
Yeah, with Coyote, there is that, like, I could see this being on Discovery Channel in, like, 2012. LA Beast, though, no.
But when people do dumbass challenges for like 50 seconds of fame, bro, your skull is hollow, give it a knock. But surely the phrase,
bro, I hate those videos on TikTok where motherfuckers be eating raw eggs for like fucking galaxies, dude. And they don't even eat them. They chew the raw egg and then spit it out. Like, bro, that's not worth $20. That's worth like 50 cents. Not even. You're chewing a raw egg and spitting it out. Like, that's not, yeah, it's just wasteful, too. It's like you're just eating the eggs and just, like, being like, oh, this is so gross.
do it for the vine or
It's not that bad.
do it for the gram has straight up claimed lives.
A rose.
Like, those words used to move mountains, I'm telling you.
For the gram? Yeah.
Yo, do people still make those NPC videos anymore? I feel like I ain't see TikTok. I hit not interested on so many TikTok lives that I don't really get lives anymore. I feel like they're not really lucrative as much as they used to be. Some of them do. The Spider-Man guy. Dude, no. He still does it. The guy that pretends to be Miles Morales that was on Kai Cenat, Kai Cenat's Mafia-thon. He doesn't do those anymore. There's no way. Jason Nash. No, Jason Nash will be like, all right, let's get a TikTok, let's get a TikTok battle going. All right, guys, I need to see. All right, yo, thank you for the roses. I'm gonna need more roses. Ugh. And they're always just like doing other shit. I'm like, it's not even like half the people on TikTok Live. It's like, bro, like you're doing work while also being on TikTok Live. Old Jason the Ween TikToks were crazy. TikTok Lives or TikToks? I used to do TikTok Live back when I was in high school, 2020, maybe even a little bit in 2021. Yeah, dude. I remember I went to school. Bro. And I was like, yo, I made $80 on TikTok Live last night. I was just blowing up balloons for 4 hours. Then I popped them all. That was the live. That was the idea. That was the bright ideas Joe Bart had at the time. Let me blow up a bunch of balloons.
But you know the saying, you tell me to jump and I say how high? Stay with me now. For content creators, the people say they want good, entertaining content. And for some reason, the reply is, so how many Tide Pods did you want me to eat? I got 3 in my hands right now. Sometimes I
tried a Tide Pod. Didn't chew into it. Just like, you know, threw it up, caught it in my mouth. Disgusting.
think I'm a higher functioning life form, bro. Yes, my corners are receding, but you don't see me doing no dumbass challenges, alright? If I'm gonna do something for content, it's not gonna be on the lines of no David Blaine shenanigans. David Blaine is the CEO of just doing shit.
I went and got a fluoroscopy, and I realized that you could actually make an aquarium.
I don't know. What's like the craziest LA Beast shit I do? I mean, I've done the one shit, but that's really just like a challenge. I would do a milk mile, like stuff like that. Like, I'm not really afraid of throwing up anymore. I used to be really afraid of the idea of vomiting, and I used to be really like against the idea of vomiting. I just like don't give a fuck now. Like, it's just as long as I'm not throwing up stuff that I ate before, right? Like, that's gross. Like stomach virus vomit. But like if I'm just like vomiting milk, I don't really care. You know, banana Sprite, nah, that'd be fine. It'd be gross. Yeah, when Jinxie lost, he did the banana Sprite challenge. I'm not gonna do it, so I'm gonna say that. Let me say that right now before I say what I'm about to say. When I saw Jinxie do the banana Sprite challenge, part of me wanted to go live the next day and do it the right way. Throw up everywhere and be like, that's how you do it. And then just end stream. Bro, because if I did the banana Sprite challenge, I would rip those bananas in 3 minutes. Not even 3 minutes. I would rip those bananas in 2 minutes, and then I would chug that Sprite, dude. I would rip that until I threw up. Yeah, 20 minutes, bro. You got like 5 minutes on the clock.
Your stomach, and you could have koi fish, creatures, or anything live there.
Just to list off some
what?
And I realized that you could actually make an aquarium in your stomach, and you could have koi fish, creatures, or anything live there.
Just to list off some things he did in 1990.
So he swallowed live fish?
99. This is predating Do It for the Gram. This deranged, irregular human decided to bury himself in a plastic coffin underwater for 7 days with no reels. So instead of handing in a job application, this guy decided to spend 168 hours inside of a container. Honestly, an interesting perspective to have, but I know damn well bro was doing it for that cable TV clout. This nigga hung—
Yo, dead ass, bro. Like some Harry Houdini shit. You ever see that one image? I love looking at that picture of Harry Houdini where he's like, Harry Houdini bridge photo, where everybody's like looking at him and you could tell he's like the crazy guy at the time. They're like, oh my god, is this man actually going to jump into the river covered in chains? Oh no. It's like the crowds that are forming to watch this guy just jump into the water covered in chains.
Hung himself upside down for 60 hours straight. Doctors literally warned him that this nigga, they said he will die. David said, but them views though. And what I think is his most insane stunt ever is when he froze himself in ice for 63 hours. Surely the large majority of people were telling him just to not do this.
That shit sounds.
Well, I just don't understand how David Blaine makes money. Like, because it's not a YouTube video. Is it like being sold on cable? Like he's selling tickets to shows, right? Like a 63-hour challenge, like there's not like shows there. Like how are you making money? Sponsors? Yeah, but who's going to sponsor David Blaine almost dying?
Ridiculous.
Because even if he's just ignoring them, right? In one of his challenges, he hung himself over the Thames for 44 days. Surely there's some executive officials you gotta talk to beforehand, no? Or did the London government hear the pitch for the idea and for some reason approve it? But maybe I got this guy all wrong, because I don't think he even does it for the views. I think this is purely love of the game at this point.
I love the game. I love the hustle, man.
Well, I think it's also like one-upping previous. I think like the idea with like magicians and just like stunt artists in general is they always want to one-up the guy that was famous before them. Like David Blaine wants to be, I don't even say wants to be. I think David Blaine will be the perceivably like modern day Harry Houdini.
But it's easy to look at people like David Blaine and Coyote who physically harm themselves for videos. But the mentally straining videos low-key just be as bad. You remember Mr. Beast before he was a bajillionaire?
Yo, actually, bro, that shit, I would rather get stung by a bullet ant than have to say Logan Paul's name 100,000 times. Or like count to 1,000,000. Yo, like I would rather have the 30 minutes of horrible pain than spend 20 hours repeating somebody's name.
Oh, fuck poor people.
He said this in a full Gucci tracksuit, by the way.
Shit.
And to this day, he claims he has negative money.
Technically, everyone watching this video has more money than
Stop
me,
the cap.
in their bank account if you subtract the equity value of my company, which doesn't buy me.
That's just like also just not true. The average person has like 20K in savings. Like less. Like there's no way he just doesn't have like 30 grand in a bank account. How much does the average American have in savings? Oh, whoa. It's more than I thought. Oh, under 35 is 20K. The average American has 62K in savings, but that's also accounting for people that are like 80 years old. The average 75 plus person has 90K. 65 to 74 is the most, 100,000 in savings. That's cap? I don't think so. If you have a retirement fund, bro, like you're putting money into 401k your whole life. When you're 65, bro, there's people that have like 100 grand. Like that's an average amount of money. Like 100K is a shitload of money, but not for somebody that's been working a 9 to 5 for 35 years. Like,
Come on, Jimmy.
But anyways, before Mr. Beast was rich, he used to make videos like saying Logan Paul's name 100,000 times, which lasted 17 hours, by the way. It's actually crazy to think that Mr. 451 million subscribers was out here saying Logan Paul's name for content.
yeah, and like who's watching that? Like it gains popularity, but nobody's like watching the 17 hours of him saying, okay, actually, you want to know who's the NPC in this world? There is somebody that has put on the 17-hour Mr. Beast video of him saying Logan Paul 100,000 times and watched it.
Tedious content requires willpower, bro. That is something I don't have.
I'm such a fat fucking shit.
You know that Minecraft hardcore YouTubers that build those insanely difficult things, and it takes like 4 months to just complete one video? Those are the real grinders. Because what business do you have building a
1,000 days in a Minecraft world?
mathematically accurate black hole? It took bro over 500 hours of recording and editing, and a year in total to complete. It's been a year, Daddy. I have somewhat respect for bro, because at least his self-sacrifice for content does not involve committing crimes. I'm looking at you, boo.
I think it's the same thing with people that run like speed running. Like turbo, like if you are a Cuphead speedrunner, you are torturing yourself for the game. You like pain, right? Ludwig didn't Cuphead speedrun. I'm saying like if you speedrun like obscure games or like even Minecraft speedrunning, bro. Minecraft speedrunning's like torture. Yeah, like no, Minecraft speedrunning, not to beat the game though. If you're somebody that Minecraft speedruns the get all potion effects achievement, you are a like sadistic person. You like pain. You like watching people die. Like, okay, not watching people die, but like you like the idea of being just like you're torturing yourself. Yeah, Feinberg is torturing himself for no reason. Him going in a world and speedrunning the get every potion effect is fucking crazy.
This guy Boonk is the CIA's prodigal son, bro. This nigga went viral just for stealing shit. And then he locks in and becomes a Christian rapper.
It's all skits. I got permission for it.
What a well-spoken YN. Boonk has actually got crazy...
That's masochist, not a sadist. Wait, what am I thinking of? Sadistic. No, deriving pleasure from inflicting pain on others. Yeah, no. My bad.
Character development. He gets a pass. Most of you have probably heard of Jackass. I could deadass make a whole separate video on whatever the
You 3x every video you watch? Yeah, yap a lot.
This is.
This is the blindfold race. We'll have 4 contestants compete in a 50-yard sprint, blindfolded.
I mean, this is a calm one, bro. This is like one of those boring Jackass segments. The good Jackass segments is when they're like, we're going to cover Wee Man in fucking peanut butter and release a bear in the room with him. We're gonna cover his dick in honey and then put a bunch of bees on him. All right, go kick that wasp's nest. My name's Johnny Knoxville, and this is the wasp kick.
The Jackass movies really encapsulate what I'm trying to say, because people really just be doing anything for content. And you know it's bad when even Gumball points it out.
I gather the stupidest people in town.
Word.
Everyone has to wear a blindfold and run as fast as they can. The person who gets the furthest is officially...
Well, bro, most of the Jackass cast was, like, on copious amounts of drugs, like, while they were doing this.
The dumbest.
Whenever I see someone doing something within the vicinity of obscenity, I always think of the idea of life trajectory, which is pretty much like how unique experiences, opportunities, choices, you know, all that. It all leads someone to their present situation. Now, what choices could you possibly have made that led you right here, bro?
I mean, just you can be psyched that.
Not the right ones, nigga, I'll tell you that. Bro, for me to participate in a Jackass movie completely willingly, you have to give me either the deepest bag. I'm talking Rothschild, Rockefeller, blood money, Israel owns 98% of the world,
I don't know, some of the Jackass segments are a lot more doable than the other ones. Like, they do have ones that are just, like, funny. And then they have ones that it's like, all right, Steve-O, shove a fish hook in your mouth and go jump in the water. Like, and they reel him in. Like an actual fish. Like, that's pretty bad. Right? Yeah, like, I don't know. Or were they, like, mush their... Okay. See, now I'm describing... Ugh. There's some bad segments.
Or you have to throw it into Blood Eagle and Braz and Bull Me. Why that sounds zesty, though? You know it's not right. Subscribe. It probably sounds like I'm exaggerating my conditions for participation, which I'm really not. I'm good off this. 2 2s to my word, Crody. I'm not doing this.
Yo, you're sick to my stomach, fam.
The crazy thing is I can't even show the worst one.
Oh my god, I hate that accent. I hate that slang, bro. What part of Canada is that? Where they're like, oh, it's 2 Dans on the Crody. I'm like, what are you saying? What? It's Toronto? But what does that mean? What is Crody? Oh, Crody fam. Oh, I'm like, what? That doesn't even sound real. Let me look up, like, Canadian Toronto slang. Oh, Nizit Mandem ting. Oh, Crody. What? like, like, I feel like that's not, bro. That's like making shit up. Like, that's not even real, bro. What? Gerbert? That's a slang term? Gerbert, Toronto slang. Meaning. What does that mean? What does that mean? You're a germ. Personal nickname, mishearing somebody else's word. That's not actually a word. It's not even showing up. I feel like you guys are just making up Toronto slang. It's slang. Okay, yeah, but I'm saying it would still have a definition.
Ones from Jackass, and I doubt I'll even be allowed to describe it, so I'm not going to. But when I dive into the psyche of people that are willing to put themselves through some bullshit for the sake of content, I question if they're really all there in their head, you know?
Let's check Urban Dictionary. I feel like it'd be like GERP. 70 plus Toronto slang words you need to know. Geese. Nizzit. Nyae. Nyae. Oh, the six. Oh, the tutus. Oh, the wagwan. The wagwan. Wagwan is a friendly greeting that means what's going on. Wagwan, my guy. Oh, what up, Crody? Wagwan. Wagwan, Crody. What? Like, if that would, like, piss me off. Like, if somebody said that. Yo. Oh, mandim, Wagwan, Crody. Wagwan, Crody. Oh, what? I'd be like, yo, are you speaking the same language as me? I would actually be so confused. There's no way people actually just casually say that, though.
Let's take a look at Steve-O, probably the most successful person from Jackass. How much money do you think they paid him for the first season? Like,
oh my God, probably like $1,000.
$100 million or something like that. You know, that seems like a
bro, I even think like the new one, like Jackass Forever, bro, they probably got paid like fucking $50K.
Reasonable amount. They paid this nigga 1.5 grand. That is the same amount as a set of 4 tires. But in the end, I guess it did work out for Steve-O because it did launch his career and allowed him to
pin this.
If Jesus came back and he showed up in Canada and the first person he sees goes, Wagwan, Crody. He's like, fuck this, I'm going back. Yo, Dad, yo, tell some angels to come scoop me. Motherfucker just said Wagwan to me.
Yeah, Jesus comes back and he has a Toronto accent.
To do fucking 4 more of these fucking movies. So maybe
Wagwan, Crody, I'm the second coming.
Workout might not be
it's time to lock in, eh?
The right word, but you know, he got a little something more than 4 medium range tires. Now, when it comes to content, it's not just all entertainment. I know we got some gooners amongst us, alright? Giving an opinion on OF is low-key too controversial nowadays, so instead I'm gonna just pose myself with a hypothetical. If I was a Sophie Rain archetype, right? Am I thooting for the bag?
Dude, like, oh my
what
God.
Are we
like,
talking
can we talk about?
What are we talking about? Where did this turn? I thought we were just talking about Steve.
But, you know, he got a little something more than 4 medium range tires. Now, when it comes to content, it's not just all entertainment. I know we got some gooners amongst us, alright? Giving an opinion on OF is low-key too controversial nowadays, so instead I'm gonna just pose myself with a hypothetical. If I was a Sophie Rain archetype, right? Am I thooting for the bag?
Dude, like...
Yeah, I'm doing OnlyFans for fucking $50 million a year. Are you fucking on crack, dude? What? What? $50 million? $100 million a year? Are you insane?
Oh my God, like, can we talk about, like, the political and economic state of the world right now?
I mean, that's like an absurd take to be like, no. Like, yo. I mean, I'm not judging somebody if they don't want to, you know, like, respect to it, but I'm also going to be like, yo, respect for the bag hustle, you know? 100 mil. Woo! Woo! How much did she make last year? 100 million? How much did Sophie Rain make last year? She, like, said it. Yeah, just on OnlyFans, Sophie Rain made $43 million last year. And she also probably makes money on, like, Instagram and Snapchat and fucking every other social that she posts on. Bro, $43 million. Sophie Rain claims she made $101 million on OnlyFans so far. Oh, my God. If you have $100 million... how many people have more wealth than you in the world? There's 28,000 centimillionaires worldwide. Sophie Rain at like what, 22 is one of the 28,000 richest people in the world out of 8 billion people. Wow. Well, that was a fun video to watch. Anyways. Y'all know what I'm talking about? I don't think I can play the video. He puts his hand in like this freezing, what is it? Hot ice. Hot ice. LA Beast. Just listen. Just, oh yeah, it's age restricted. Chat, just listen. Just listen. I'm not even going to show the video. He puts his hand in hot ice and then dips it in the toilet and he gets like 3rd-degree burns. Listen. That shit was peak content, bro. I gotta say, though, yo, nothing matched LA Beast. You see LA Beast, bro, eating 2 pounds of sugar-free gummy bears. You're like, oh, I'm in for a treat. Like, watching that. Dude, the one where he drinks, the one where he drinks the curdled milk is actually disgusting. Like, dude, if you want to go down a rabbit hole, just watch all of LA Beast's videos. This motherfucker's like 25 in a garage, just drinking like curdled milk. Oh my God, where is it? This is disgusting. Actually disgusting. Where is it? I'm not gonna show him drinking it. I'm gonna show him pouring it. Look. Oh hell no. No, it's so curdled it can't even pour out of the gallon.
Before you post something,
he's like, I left it out in the sun for 3 days.
First comes the idea, and that's where we should have stopped. This guy LA Beast, I'm scrolling through his channel. Bro, he's been doing this for years on end. This is not a one-off eating challenge. This is this nigga's life. No regard.
Oh yeah, for years. For years.
For human life, just munching away at cactuses.
Yummers.
And this isn't the only thing I'd consider an extreme when it comes to making content, cause real ass thought though, isn't one of the biggest reasons people choose to make content is because it seems easier than a 9 to 5. Which is not, bro. I've been sacrificing my non-existent social life for this shit, bro.
No, I think a 9 to 5 is harder than social media unless you're Skippy62 able. unless you're Skippy62 able. I think doing social media is easier in
dancing in what is now northwestern Brazil. Today is a special occasion. The tribe is about to hold a spiritual ceremony, and at the center of it all is this ritual brew. Its key ingredient is a specific type of liana. Indigenous people have been drinking or chewing it for thousands of years. Some groups call it napa, others bako, or pinde. Then it's his turn. But the tribe didn't just prepare
Okay, I'm dead wrong. Fuck! I took herbopsychopharmacology in college. Don't they take ayahuasca in like South America?
For him.
I had scarcely dispatched 1 cup of...
This group calls it kapi. And tonight, Spruce is going to try it himself.
The nauseous beverage, when the ruler of the feast came up with a woman bearing a large calabash of mandioca beer.
Dude, you're in the fucking middle of a jungle. Fires around you. You're some fucking like British explorer, dude. You're with all these tribal guys that have been taking this shit for fucking centuries. And they're like, drink this.
He watches several young members of the community drink the mixture before him. He notes that, for about 10 minutes, they appear to be possessed with reckless fury.
Called kashery.
After that, protocol demands that he top things off with a cigar and a cup of palm wine. Then it's his turn. But the tribe didn't just prepare
this motherfucker just a pot of liquid and go, you gotta drink this, smoke a cigar, and then have some wine. What? I'd be like, am I
for him?
I had scarcely dispatched 1 cup of...
am I at an ASU frat party right now?
The nauseous beverage, when the ruler of the feast came up with a woman bearing a large calabash of mandioca beer.
Oh, what's fucking happening, bro? we're doing the fucking dynamic trio here.
Called kashery.
After that, protocol demands that he top things off with a cigar and a cup of palm wine.
What? They just hand this motherfucker just a pot of...
Spruce has to fight off the urge to vomit and stretches out in a hammock. The copy is slowly kicking in.
Liquid and go, you gotta drink this, smoke a cigar, and then have some wine. What? I'd be like, am I... God, dude, the urge to vomit. I haven't taken any other hallucinogens outside of mushrooms, but they're at a fucking... Am I at an ASU frat party right now? Feeling gross.
Later notes in his journal that white men taking copy all seem to report the same experience.
Oh, what's fucking happening, bro? we're doing the fucking dynamic trio here.
Spruce has to fight off the urge to vomit and stretches out in a hammock. The copy is slowly kicking in.
They feel alternations of cold and heat, fear and...
God, dude, the urge to vomit. I haven't taken any other hallucinogens outside of mushrooms, but they're really so accurate. Holy fuck. I don't know about this drug, but that is so accurate for what hallucinations look like. Urge to fucking vomit after eating mushrooms is so bad. When you start hallucinating, you start feeling gross.
Later notes in his journal that white men taking copy all seem to report the same experience.
They feel alternations of cold and heat, fear and...
Oh my god. Yeah, staring at the sky and just seeing that.
Boldness.
Like the trees are moving.
Sight is disturbed, and vision... They feel alternations of cold and heat, fear and boldness.
What? Yo, that is actually so accurate. Holy fuck. I don't know about this drug, but that is so accurate for what hallucinations look like.
They feel alternations of cold and heat, fear and...
Oh my god. Yeah, staring at the sky and just seeing that.
Boldness.
Like the trees are moving.
Sight is disturbed, and visions pass rapidly before the eyes, wherein everything gorgeous and magnificent they have heard or read of seems combined, and presently the scene changes to things uncouth and horrible.
Hey, this is Jonas, one of the founders of Fern. It's not just psychedelics that can shape our minds, our thoughts.
Is this an ad?
10% off your first month.
Spruce calls the plant Banisteria caapi. Banisteria was the term used at the time for a class of tropical climbing plants. Caapi is an indigenous word for grass. He samples a couple of those vines, dries them, and has them shipped to England. Over the following years, Spruce keeps traveling.
Yo, side note, I gotta say, herbal psychopharmacology was the second best class I have ever taken in all of the 4 years of college I had. It is such an interesting class. Like, normally I hate, like, the nitty-gritty science of, like, what makes up something. But learning about, like, how certain drugs affect the mind and the body is fascinating. The mystery of the world's strongest drug.
This is test subject 34. She has just been given a substance often described as the most powerful psychedelic drug in the world.
Frog poison. 5-MeO-DMT.
And makes her feel like she's being launched into outer space. Other users report near-death experiences, profound insights, and mythical encounters with spiritual beings. The drug appears to shake the very foundations of human perception.
It is one of the most weird and unexpected things a person can go through.
Well, I also feel like being in an experiment where you're given DMT is... I'm assuming it's DMT, because that's the strongest drug. No, it's not salvia, because salvia you have to smoke. DMT... Well, DMT, you also smoke. Well, how are they giving this to her in a hospital? Maybe a pill? I don't know. It has to be DMT, though, because DMT is the strongest. DMT is the thing that's released in your brain when you die, in smaller amounts, though. But dimethyltryptamine, taking this in a hospital setting would be fucking utterly terrifying. Obviously, I've never taken DMT, so I don't know what it's like, but I've seen, you know, videos of people take DMT, bro. They start tweaking. Imagine being on a fucking hospital bed. Beep, beep. Those blinding lights, I would convince myself that I'm dying.
We're talking about dimethyltryptamine, or DMT. In its pure synthetic form, it looks like an inconspicuous crystalline powder.
It's a very simple molecule.
Bro, who was I talking to? Was this on stream? Or was I having this conversation elsewhere? I knew a guy that was given a vape and he hit it and it was a DMT vape and the guy told him that it was a weed vape. And then he started bugging out. I don't think I was told this story on stream. I think I heard this off stream. I don't think I've ever told it though. I forget who told me that. That would be terrible. Imagine that. I forget who told me that. Somebody told me that story and I remember I was talking to, it was a guy. I think it was at a bar. And I was like, bro, were you upset? He was like, no, I had a good time. I'm like, dude, I would have been fucking tweaking, man. Imagine your friend, you're drunk. Your friend hands you a fucking vape and he's like, oh, don't worry, it's THC. You fucking hit that shit, it's DMT. You just start tripping balls in public. Huh.
And yet, DMT has been puzzling scientists around the globe for more than a century. The substance has been used in indigenous cultures for thousands of years. It occurs naturally in plants, animals, and even in the human body. But when
I always wonder how they figure that shit out from frogs. Because 5-MeO-DMT is the strongest type of DMT. And it's from the secretion frogs a Sonoran toad has. And the Sonoran toad releases this like whitish pus poison. And so they'll put the frog on like a platform and poke it to scare it, and then they'll scrape the poison off of its back, dry it, and then smoke it.
Interacts with our brain, things seem to go completely off the rails. Many users say DMT fundamentally changed their lives. And yet, other experiences suggest there's more to DMT than profound revelations.
I remember when Joe did this one stream, 5-MeO-DMT? Yeah, I captured a Sonoran toad IRL stream. Me and fucking FaZe Lacey. Me and Lacey went to the middle of the desert, captured a Sonoran toad, fucking scared it and smoked it. Sitting there going,
Mystical encounters and medical promise.
Nope.
For some people, the substance can also open doors to the darkest corners of their consciousness.
Not FaZe anymore, just Lacey, sorry.
This is the enduring mystery of DMT.
Because now you're not only just learning about like hallucinogens, you're learning about like what is that? Or out of nowhere, what is this intro? These types of visuals are common on hallucinogens, and people always see them and they're like, oh, that's what tripping's like. I'm like, dude, when you're tripping and you're actually seeing like not holograms, what are they called? It's in your eyes. The fractals. When you're seeing the fractals, like a kaleidoscope, when you're seeing those kaleidoscope visuals and you're like, dude, the amount of people that I'll see in like comment sections when it's like LSD trip visualization, it'll be some 15-year-old like, oh, this would be awesome. I can't wait to take acid. I'm like, yo, it's different from seeing it on a screen versus it being in your fucking brain, dude. That and you're hallucinating, you're hearing shit. Everything's heightened. You're basically taking poison, right? Because you're fucking tripping balls, dude. If it's like, it depends if it's like psilocybin, because that's like bug poison. But I think this visual is supposed to be the guy that invented acid. That's a crazy story. Guy that invented acid took it on the way home from the lab. He rode his bike back and he was tripping balls. Imagine inventing acid and then being the first guy to take it. How was acid invented? Mixing a bunch of chemicals. And then not knowing the
November
fucking doses.
1852. This is British botanist Richard Spruce. For the past 3 years, he's been making his way through the Amazon rainforest to study plants. He's
Ayahuasca. I'm calling it.
Particularly interested in mosses. Along the way, he keeps encountering indigenous communities living deep in the jungle. He learns their languages and studies their customs. Right now, Spruce is staying with an indigenous group in what is now northwestern Brazil. Today is a special occasion. The tribe is about to hold a spiritual ceremony, and at the center of it all is this ritual brew. Its key ingredient is a specific type of liana. Indigenous people have been drinking or chewing it for thousands of years. Some groups call it napa, others bako, or pinde.
Okay, I'm dead wrong. Fuck! I took herbopsychopharmacology in college. Don't they take ayahuasca in like South America?
This group calls it kapi. And tonight, Spruce is going to try it himself.
Dude, you're in the fucking middle of a jungle. Fires around you. You're some fucking like British explorer, dude. You're with all these tribal guys that have been taking this shit for fucking centuries. And they're like, drink this. Psychopharmacology was basically a class learning about drugs. And I learned about like weed, mushrooms, coke, fentanyl, you know, just any method, any amphetamine. You learn what type of
He watches several young members of the community drink the mixture before him.
drug classification each things are, how they are in the government, why they are the way they are, how they affect you.
He notes that, for about 10 minutes, they appear to be possessed with reckless fury. Then they calm down and simply continue dancing. Then it's his turn. But the tribe didn't just prepare Kapi for him.
I had scarcely dispatched one cup of the nauseous beverage when the ruler of the feast came up with a woman bearing a large calabash of mandioca beer called kashiri.
After that, protocol demands that he top things off with a cigar and a cup of palm wine.
What? They just hand this motherfucker just a pot of liquid and go, you gotta drink this, smoke a cigar, and then have some wine. What? I'd be like, am I at an ASU frat party right now?
South America, and repeatedly comes across Kapi. One of these encounters takes place in 1857 among an indigenous.
Oh, what's fucking happening, bro? we're doing the fucking dynamic trio here.
Group in Peru. They also use the vine to prepare a powerful brew. They mix it with other plants and call it ayahuasca. Spruce has to fight off the urge to vomit and stretches out in a hammock. The Kapi is slowly kicking in.
God, dude, the urge to vomit. I haven't taken any other hallucinogens outside of mushrooms, but the urge to fucking vomit after eating mushrooms is so bad. When you start hallucinating, you start feeling gross.
Later notes in his journal that white men taking Kapi all seem to report the same experience.
They feel alternations of cold and heat, fear and...
I called that shit. I would do that. I would only do ayahuasca, though, if I could do it in... What? Yo, that is actually so accurate. Holy fuck. I don't know about this drug, but that is so accurate for what hallucinations look like. In the jungle with, like, a shaman. That like, granted...
Experience.
They feel alternations of cold and heat, fear and...
Oh my god. Yeah, staring at me, the permission, and also, like, serenaded me. Because I've seen a lot of documentaries where the sky and just seeing that.
Coldness.
Like the trees are moving.
Sight is disturbed, and visions pass rapidly before the eyes, wherein everything gorgeous and magnificently...
Where you do like an ayahuasca retreat, and you take it, and then it's like a whole traditional experience.
...have heard or read of, seems combined. And presently the scene changes to things uncouth and horrible.
Hey, this is Jonas, one of the founders.
I think I would freak out, but I think it would be a good experience.
Spruce apparently doesn't drink it himself this time. Instead, he asks the locals to describe their experiences to him. To Spruce, the brew remains an unsolved mystery.
He's of Fern. It's not just psychedelics that can shape our minds, our thoughts.
Is this an ad?
He simply can't figure out which particular substances cause these extreme effects. He's already familiar
10% off your first month.
With opium and cannabis, but Kapi seems to be much more potent. Spruce calls the plant Banisteria Kapi. Banisteria was the term used at the time for a class of tropical climbing. What he doesn't realize is that he's been looking in the wrong place. Plants. Kapi is an indigenous word for grass. He samples a couple of those vines, dries them. The plant he sent back to Europe isn't the key ingredient. Technically, it's not the liana or Banisteria Kapi that produces the intoxicant and has them shipped to England. Over the following years, Spruce keeps traveling.
Yo, side note, I gotta say, herbal psychopharmacology was the second best class I have ever taken.
Getting effect. The real trigger is a special compound found in the leaves mixed into the brew.
In all of the 4 years of college I had. It is such an interesting class. Like, normally I hate, like, the nitty-gritty science of, like, what makes up something, but learning about, like, how certain drugs affect the mind and the body is fascinating. Because now you're not only just learning about, like, hallucinogens, you're learning about, like, what is that? Herbopsychopharmacology was basically a class learning about drugs. And I learned about, like, weed, mushrooms, coke, fentanyl, you know, just any amphetamine. You learn what what type of drug classification each things are, how they are in the government, why they are the way they are, how they affect you.
DMT, more precisely, N-DMT, South America, and repeatedly comes across Kapi. One of these encounters takes place in 1857 among an indigenous group in Peru. They also use the vine to prepare a powerful brew. They mix it with other plants and call it ayahuasca. Its molecular structure is surprisingly simple compared to other psychedelics. Its complete name is N.
I called that shit. I would do that. I would only do ayahuasca though if I could do it in the jungle with like a shaman that like granted
was the first to synthesize the substance in the early 1930s. Back then, he had no idea of its extraordinary psychoactive effect.
documentaries where they
At its core, DMT is characterized by a nitrogen atom bonded to two methyl groups, hence the name dimethyl. A methyl group consists
where you do like an ayahuasca retreat and you take it and then it's like a whole traditional experience.
of one carbon atom bonded to three hydrogen atoms. It's one of the simplest building blocks in organic chemistry. The nitrogen
I think I would freak out, but I think it'd be a good experience.
atom is connected via a short carbon chain to the most important part of the molecular structure, the so-called indole ring. The same structural feature can also be found in other known psychedelics like LSD or psilocybin to describe their experiences to him. And within the molecular structure of serotonin, serotonin is a neurotransmitter. To Spruce, the brew remains an unsolved mystery. It plays a key role in some of our most essential bodily functions. He simply can't figure out which particular substances cause these extreme effects. He's already familiar with functions, from mood, sleep, digestion, and nausea, to wound healing and sexual desire. Because of their structural similarity with opium and cannabis, but copy seems to be much more potent. What he doesn't realize is that he's been looking in the wrong place. Similarity, psychedelics like DMT combine to the same receptors usually used by serotonin. The plant he sent back to Europe isn't the key ingredient. Technically, it's not the liana or Banisterium caapi that produces the intoxicating.
They're like key locks, and drugs are like specific keys that act on specific key locks.
Effect. The real trigger is a special compound found in the leaves mixed into the brew.
And so these classic psychedelic drugs, with which DMT is one of them, act on specific
DMT, more precisely, N-DMT. Its molecular structure is surprisingly simple compared to other psychedelics. Its complete name is N-dimethyltryptamine, but we'll simply refer to it as DMT throughout this video. German-Canadian chemist Richard Mansk was the first to synthesize the substance in the early 1930s. Back then, he had no idea of its extraordinary psychoactive effects. At its core, DMT is characterized by a nitrogen atom bonded to two methyl groups, hence the name dimethyl. A methyl group consists of one carbon atom bonded to three hydrogen atoms. It's one of the simplest building blocks in organic chemistry. The nitrogen atom is connected via a short carbon chain to the most important part of the molecular structure, the
specific key locks in the brain, and
so-called indole ring. The same structural feature can also be found in other known psychedelics like LSD or psilocybin.
This is such a great way of explaining it. Oh my god, that certain drugs are keys to certain locks in your brain.
Specifically,
and within the molecular structure of serotonin. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter, a molecule that carries chemical messages or signals between nerve cells. It plays a key role in some of our most essential bodily functions, from mood, sleep, digestion, and nausea, to wound healing and sexual desire. Because of their structural similarity, psychedelics like DMT combine to the same receptors usually used by serotonin.
They're like key locks, and drugs are like specific keys that act on specific key locks. And so these classic psychedelic drugs, with which DMT is one of them, act on specific key locks in the brain. And
that is such a great way of explaining it. Oh my god, that certain drugs are keys to certain locks in your brain.
Specifically,
and then they affect you in different ways.
These serotonin receptors in the brain.
This is Chris Timmerman. He's a
What's the worst drug? Depends what you're talking about. Fentanyl. Right now. Not to say that there couldn't be a worse drug in the future. Fentanyl kills the most people for the amount of users that have used it. Like, more people have died from other drugs historically, but fentanyl is definitely the worst. In terms of strong, it also depends on what type of drug you're talking about. Worse in terms of addiction, worse in terms of death rate, largely it's still fentanyl.
Scientist and one of the world's leading researchers on DMT. He spends much of his time traveling for research, so we're lucky enough to catch him on a video call. It's likely that DMT was also the main active compound in the brew that Spruce encountered back in the jungle. Today, that mixture is widely known as ayahuasca. To produce it, you mainly need two ingredients. The first one consists of plants that contain DMT. They grow across large parts of the Amazon basin, though not exclusively there. The second ingredient is the caapi liana, documented by Spruce. it doesn't
Wait, so these two substances are not inherently hallucinogenic themselves, but when you mix them, they release the compound?
contain DMT itself, but it is crucial for making the DMT in the brew psychoactive.
I wonder how they figured that out historically. Like, do you think that shit's by accident? Hallucinogenic mushrooms for sure. Like, imagine being the first Homo sapien to be like, ooh, a mushroom. Eat that shit, and you start tripping balls, bro. I mean, that's like a theory on how a lot of religions are made, is because most people historically have taken hallucinogens without knowing it and then seen shit that they think is supernatural. But yeah, trial and error, maybe if they're trying to figure out something. I think like that's how they determine what's bad and good in terms of, you know, what's going to kill you plant-wise. Like, people eating mushrooms, some mushrooms kill you, they avoid those. Some mushrooms are just good to eat, and then some are for, like, rituals and then just, you know, getting high. But in terms of, like, ayahuasca, I feel like it had to be, like, accidentally these things were mixed together. Somebody was hungry and ate it, and then they tripped balls and went, that makes me, you know, bug out.
Mixing and boiling the two together produces the psychedelic plant drink known as ayahuasca. Psychedelics are generally considered physiologically safe and non-addictive. That's one of the key differences between them and drugs like cocaine or amphetamines. Those primarily act as stimulants. They artificially increase dopamine.
Yeah, I don't promote the use of psilocybin or mushrooms, but I do try. One of the things that we talked about in herbal psychopharmacology was that mushrooms have the highest safety rating out of any drug in terms of addiction potential and death rates out of certain drugs. That and then marijuana, I think, was like a close second.
And neuroepinephrine levels in the brain and strongly activate our reward system. Psychedelics, on the other hand, alter perception itself. Users may see or hear things that aren't there.
Have you ever used kratom? Yes. How would you describe the high from kratom? I got high on kratom probably like 20 times. It really depended the amount I took. Kratom in low doses was like a mixture of a nicotine and weed high. I always say it felt like I hit a cart twice and then shoved 2 Zins in my mouth. But in higher doses, it was more an in-between between like very low-level mushrooms and like weed.
Hallucinate and lose their sense of time and space. Some report life-changing experiences. And many
A guy ate his friend's heart because of mushrooms. I think that guy should not, I think the mushrooms were a part of, when you hear stories about people taking mushrooms and eating somebody's heart, I don't know what story that is or if that's true, but if that actually happened, number one, that's terrible. Number two, I don't think mushrooms alone caused him to do that. I think that guy was not in a clear, good mental space. Similarly to the story about the woman that smoked weed for the first time with her boyfriend and then stabbed him 80 times and she blamed the marijuana. It wasn't the weed, right? You were not sane. Right? Like, you needed help in other mental regards. That weed did not force you to kill your boyfriend, right? Like, that was you, right? I think it depends on the drug, right? Psilocybin can make you trip out, perceive things that you get paranoid, and then you could have certain reactions like that. Eating your friend's heart, however, I think that's a little extreme. Separately, though, like, there are drugs like bath salts where, like, people will actually just go insane and kill someone. Like, in that sense, I think it depends on the drug, right? When you hear a story about somebody hitting a bong for the first time and killing their boyfriend, weed didn't make you do that. But you hear somebody getting drugged with bath salts and then stripping naked and fucking smashing cars in the streets and attacking people. I think that was the bath salts, right? Like, I think it depends on the situation.
Ways psychedelic substances seem to fundamentally alter how we think and feel, which is precisely why DMT continues to fascinate scientists to this day.
In terms of the psychological impact of the experiences, in terms of the subjective effects it generates, it is one of the most weird and unexpected things a person can go through.
Oh my God, is this gonna be the story about how acid was made? I love hearing this. Because what a crazy thing, dude. Just being a scientist, you make acid, you fucking take it, and then drive home.
April 19th,
drive home, fucking ride your bike back.
1943, a bike path near Basel in Switzerland. This is Swiss chemist Albert Hofmann. He works as a researcher.
And then the CIA got their hands on LSD and said, let's see if we can make this a truth serum. Why don't we start drugging people in the US with this shit and asking them deep questions?
Researcher for a Swiss pharmaceutical company. Riding next to him is his lab assistant. He explicitly asked her to come along. He's desperately trying to get home. Earlier that day, he started conducting an experiment on himself. He dissolved 250 grams of lysergic acid, diethylamide, in water and ingested it. He had synthesized the compound in the lab after isolating it from the ergot fungus. And right now, he's feeling a bit under the weather.
Everything in my field of vision.
Why didn't you just stay in the lab? Bro, oh my god, I thought it was a peaceful experience. The way that I've always heard this story was he made acid, took it, and then just had a happy bike ride home. This is making it feel like a doom trip. This guy's asking his assistant, you need to get me, I need to go home. I need to get back.
Everything in my field of vision wavered and was distorted as if seen in a curved mirror.
Oh god.
I also had the sensation of being unable to move from the spot. Nevertheless, my assistant later told me that we had traveled very rapidly.
Stretching out on the couch back home doesn't help much either.
My surroundings had now transformed themselves in more terrifying ways. Everything in the room spun around, and familiar objects and pieces of furniture assumed grotesque, threatening forms. They were in constant motion, animated as if driven by an inner restlessness. The lady next door, whom I scarcely recognized, brought me milk.
Oh my god, you're trying to have a conversation? Holy fuck. Dude, you took way too much. You're a scientist being like, oh, this was a bad idea. This was a bad idea. I should not. 250 UGs. I don't even know what an average dose of acid is. What's an average dose of acid or LSD? The usual range for psychedelics effects starts at 20 and ends at around 200 UGs. So he took way more than that. A typical dose is 50 to 200. Oh my god. He took 250?
It's no longer Mrs. R, but
one tab's around 100.
Appeared instead as a malevolent, insidious witch wearing a colored mask.
Albert Hofmann has just embarked on the world's first LSD trip. He has no idea what the substance does. He believed 250 micrograms to be prudently safe dose, but it turns out to be extraordinarily potent. And now he fears he may lose his mind.
Why did he not start lower, you know? Like, if you're the first, if you haven't tested this on anything, and you're, like, because this guy's obviously really fucking smart. Yeah, why did he start at 250? Like, I know 250 micrograms is so little, but I'm saying, like, why not start at, like, 10 and just be like, let me see if I feel anything. He probably thought, okay, to be fair, there's no baseline. So 250 micrograms, he probably was like, I might not even feel anything.
A few hours later, the effects slowly begin to soften. The trip becomes more pleasant. As he steps out into his garden after a spring rain, it feels as though he's seeing everything for the very first time.
Everything glistened and sparkled in a fresh light.
From that day on, Hofmann is convinced that this tiny molecule holds enormous power, that it could someday be of great value to medicine and psychiatry. His discovery jumpstarts the entire field of psychedelic research. Hofmann inspires many other scientists to follow his lead. And in the 1950s, he becomes...
Well, and wasn't acid briefly legal in the United States? Yeah, acid was legal in the United States for the first half of the 1960s. Like, your grandparents could have just gotten acid and done it, and that was perfectly legal. Largely unregulated until 1966.
Becomes the first to isolate the psychoactive compound.
When was, oh my god, what is that, like, fucking famous ass, not Burning Man, what was that famous ass concert that everybody went to? Woodstock. When was Woodstock? 1969. Because I know there's, like, pictures of people, acid. Yeah, it's somebody's gramps selling acid tablets for $1 at Woodstock.
Found psilocybin from psychedelic mushrooms. That's another major milestone. But psychedelic research also turns its attention to DMT. Scientists discover more and more plants that contain the substance. To date, it has been found in at least 50 different plant species. DMT has also been found in mammals like rats and rabbits. In the 1960s, a German researcher team even found traces of the substance in human blood. Shortly after, US Nobel Prize-winning scientist Julius Axelrod provided evidence that DMT occurs naturally in the human brain. It's even considered endogenous, meaning our own bodies produce it naturally.
There's a saying that says DMT is everywhere. And it is also found in the human body and in a lot of mammals' bodies as well.
Throughout the 1960s, scientists keep isolating DMT in humans, animals, and plants. And meanwhile, psychedelics are starting to seep into popular culture.
How often have you taken LSD?
This is the Beatles?
4 times.
The swinging 60s are the peak years of the hippie movement and psychedelics like LSD. The cultural revolution is fueled by activists, intellectuals, and artists alike. One of them is Terence McKenna. He is just studying at Berkeley. He's 18 years old and has already done his fair share of experiments with psychedelics like
Terence
LSD.
McKenna. Why do I know the name Terence McKenna? I'm going to take a wild guess. Who was the father of penis envy? I think that was Terence McKenna. He's the Beatles. Who invented penis envy mushrooms? Terence McKenna. Wow, I know my history on herbal psychopharmacology. That's kind of sad.
But what he's
I'm going to say it's cool.
about to experience tonight will eclipse everything he has ever felt. A friend has come to visit and brought this white crystalline powder. He claims it was stolen from a US Army chemical research facility. It's DMT. And for the first time in his life,
It means you learned? Yo, actually. Like, that's proof, bro. If you have an interest in the class, you'll remember the info.
young Terence McKenna is about to smoke it.
I had this hallucination of tumbling forward into these fractal geometric shapes made of light, and then I found myself in the equivalent of the Pope's private chapel. And there were insect elf machines proffering strange little tablets with strange writing on them. These self-transforming machine elf creatures were speaking in a colored language which condensed into rotating machines that were like Fabergé eggs. All this stuff was so weird and so...
Like, I know it's hallucinations, but I always wonder what makes those appear. Like, why is he seeing that? That's why there's people that actually believe there's, like, another dimension that you could see on DMT. Because it's like, where is your brain coming up with this random shit?
alien and so un-Englishable that it was a complete shock. I mean, the literal turning inside out of my intellectual universe. It's like being struck by noetic lightning.
The experience completely changes McKenna's view of life and reality. He becomes convinced that there is another secret world, one we normally can't see or access. He drops out of university to chase this mystery. He travels to Nepal to meet Tibetan shamans. He works as a professional butterfly collector in Indonesia, and he ventures deep into the Colombian jungle.
Sick ass job. What? Professional butterfly collector? Fire. That is a sick career. You just walk around and you collect butterflies.
Ventures deep into the Colombian jungle with his brother and 3 friends. McKenna's description of the so-called machine elves becomes a cultural reference. Countless DMT users later report encountering mystical entities that closely match what he described.
There's a lot of people that say they, I've seen like a few stories where it's like 2 friends both take DMT and they both meet the same person in their trip without ever talking to each other about it.
He dies in 2000, leaving behind an extensive audio archive with over 500 hours of theories on psychedelics and spirituality.
A drug like synthetic ayahuasca, pharmahuasca, do people realize this is the same thing as has been taken for thousands of years down there? Do they realize its role in shamanic healing?
By the late 1960s, authorities began cracking down on the widespread drug use in the US.
Well, I mean, if I was to say where I got it from, it's illegal and everything, it's silly to say that.
In 1966, California and Nevada become the first states to outlaw the production, sale, and possession of LSD. 2 years later, the drug is banned across the entire country.
I just think the whole U.S. federal drug classification is so stupid because there's so many drugs that are much more illegal than others, and the harm of that drug is not even equivalent. Let me look up U.S. drug classifications. Drug scheduling. There's 1 through 5. Schedule 1 is drugs with no current medical use with high potential for abuse and addiction. And then 5 is low potential for abuse, right? So like 5 is not that bad. 1 is really bad. Schedule 1 drugs include marijuana. Ah! I was ready. Did you see that shit, chat? You got me a present? A Michael Scott Funko Pop. No fucking way. We gotta add it to the collection. People are gonna get real upset that I open this. And it'll be worth something one day. Don't care. Why is he in a straight... Oh, it's when he did the... I was gonna say, why is he in a straight jacket? That's sick. Put him there. girlfriend. Anyways, Chad, as I was saying, Schedule 1 drugs. No current medical use, high potential for abuse. Right now, I think they're trying to reclassify marijuana. They might have already, but I think this is still a constantly updating article. So, Schedule 1 drugs, high potential for abuse, no medical use. Federally, marijuana, ecstasy, quaaludes, bath salts, LSD, and heroin. The only 2 on that list that I think should be scheduled... Hold up. Fucking hate those bugs. The other day, I was talking about how those are my least favorite bugs. And they fucking pinch you. Dude, where the fuck did that dude even come from? He was just crawling. He was crawling on my desk. Anyways. Oh my God. I keep getting interrupted. The only 2 on that list that I understand being Schedule 1 are, well, quaaludes you can't even really get anymore in the U.S., but heroin and bath salts. Schedule 2, methadone, Demerol, Vicodin, OxyContin, fentanyl. Fentanyl is a lower federal drug classification than marijuana, codeine, and morphine. Schedule 3 is ketamine, anabolic steroids, and Suboxone. Schedule 4 is Xanax, Soma, Klonopin, Valium, and Ativan. And then Schedule 5 is Robitussin and Ezogabin. It's just weird, bro. Like, why are we not updating that?
Country.
America's public enemy number 1 is drug abuse.
America's war on drugs soon extends to much of the rest of the world. In 1971, the United Nations...
Yeah, and we have the worst fucking way of trying to get people off drugs. Instead of actually providing people methods of, rehabilitation and trying to get that... Like, here's the problem. You can kill as many cartel members and as many cartel leaders and as many, drug gang distributor leaders as you can. They'll be replaced. If there's a market, or if there's a consumer, there's going to be a supplier. Okay? To get rid of people taking drugs in the United States, you have to stop the level of consumers that there are. If less people want to take the drugs, less people will try to offer it to them. If there's not a market, there's not going to be a marketer. If you kill the head of a cartel and you go, we've just solved the cocaine problem. No, the fuck you haven't, because people still want to do coke in the United States. People still want to take fentanyl in the United States. There's going to be another guy that's going to fucking supply it.
Nations adopts the Convention on Psychotropic Substances. Many countries outlaw psychedelic substances and sharply restrict their use, including DMT. From that point on, only a handful of approved scientific institutions are allowed to continue their research on them, and even they have to adhere to extremely strict regulations. For decades, DMT research effectively grinds to a halt.
The whole class of compounds got pulled off the clinical bench, and no research has gone on for 40 years.
One of the tragedies to me is that the clinical research on these substances pretty much stopped around 1970.
Dr. Rick Strassman is a psychiatrist. He's set on bringing psychedelic research back to life. His study is the first attempt to observe the effects of psychedelic substances in humans in the US in over 20 years. He wants to know what DMT does to our mind and body. The participants are numbered. Sarah is subject 34. She's in her early 40s and lives with her second husband. She has 3 children and works as a freelance writer.
You think they know what they're getting themselves into when they sign up for this shit?
She has told the researchers that an angel once visited her when she had a high fever as a child, and that every now and then she communicates with spirit guides for advice and support. She also suffers from depression. In her 20s, she overdosed on tranquilizers and was hospitalized for 2 weeks following the suicide attempt. Today, she wants to find out whether DMT can help her gain a deeper understanding of herself and her relationship to the universe. The experiment is set to begin in just a few seconds. The onset of DMT's effects largely depend on how you consume it. Most recreational users smoke DMT using a glass pipe. This makes the effects kick in extremely fast, usually in under 1 minute. The peak experience tends to last only a couple of minutes before wearing off. The smoke tastes unpleasant and can trigger coughing fits. Another substance closely related to N and DMT is called 5-MeO-DMT.
Yup. That's what I was talking about, bro. They set people off that frog venom.
This YouTuber smoked it for one of his videos. Others try to consume it like this. 5-MeO-DMT occurs naturally in secretions of the Colorado River toad. A common misconception is that licking the toad will get you high. It won't, and it can be extremely toxic. Most research today focuses on synthetic 5-MeO-DMT. It also kicks in very fast and strong. but tends to produce far fewer visual hallucinations than N and DMT. DMT can also be snorted. In that case, the effects take a few minutes to kick in, but the trip also lasts a bit longer. Ayahuasca usually contains the highest dose of DMT. The effects begin after around 45 minutes and can last several hours. But the brew is tough on the stomach. Many people have to throw up during the trip. Two things are paramount for a pleasant DMT experience. Set.
I don't think throwing up is set. It's gonna be set and setting is what he's gonna say. Set and setting. Yeah, have this ayahuasca. Okay, maybe I wouldn't take ayahuasca if I'm guaranteed gonna vomit. I feel like that would make the experience so much worse. It's called purging. Honestly, maybe it would feel better because you'd feel gross and then you'd throw up and you'd probably feel so much better.
And setting. The
That
right
your trip would probably get better.
mix of emotional stability and soothing surroundings. Experts recommend a calm environment where users feel safe and are able to lie down comfortably. Mixing substances can be extremely dangerous. Some users avoid alcohol, masturbation, and watching the news before attending an ayahuasca retreat. But not even the best preparation can guarantee DMT won't produce what many call a
Avoid masturbation and watching the news. What?
bad trip.
What?
Some users online describe experiences that leave them shaken for days, with flashbacks to vivid hallucinations of falling or flying through tunnels, and encounters with frightening beings.
The news can be bad. No, I get more of the news. I'm like, what the fuck's jerking off have to do with a good or a bad trip?
Psychedelics can also worsen existing mental health issues. People who suffer from psychotic disorders or are mentally unstable should not take them.
Yeah, if you're like predisposed for like schizophrenia or other mental disorders, you shouldn't.
In general, DMT should never be used without professional guidance. Sarah's experience will be guided by Dr. Strassman. In clinical settings like this one, DMT is administered via IV injection. It hits almost instantly. Sarah has previously been given a low introductory dose to see how her body reacts to the substance. Recreational users are advised to start with similar test doses. Sarah's low dose experience has been pleasant and relaxing. Now she's about to receive 5 full doses. She will go on 5 consecutive
What? We're jumping from 0.05 to 5 full? What happened to the slow climb? We're just gonna be like, all right, well, you didn't die.
trips. After each one, Strassman will let her come
Wait, she's gonna trip 5 times in a row?
test doses. Sarah's low dose experience has been pleasant and relaxing. Now she's about to receive 5 full doses. She will go on 5 consecutive trips. After each one, Strassman will let her come down to check in with her. She's all set.
Yo, I feel like you could like lose your mind though, low-key. Like I know it's supposed to be good in some points for like finding yourself, but like she's gonna trip, come down from the trip, and then they're gonna interview her and immediately put her back in.
Sarah can feel the cool touch of Strassman's hand, and she's trying to count her heartbeats.
I got to 3 beats. Then there was a sound. Like a hum that turned into a whoosh. And then I was blasted out of my body at such speed, with such force, as if it were the speed of light. The colors were aggressive, terrifying. I felt as if they would consume me. As if I were on a warp speed conveyor belt heading straight into the cosmic, psychedelic buzzsaw. I was terrified. I felt abandoned. I'm completely and totally lost. I have never been so alone. I was scared. But I kept telling myself, relax, surrender, embrace. It was all flashing and whirling lights. I was rather disappointed. Here I'm expecting this profound spiritual experience, and I get Las Vegas. But then, before I had much time to be disappointed, I flew on and saw clowns performing. They were like toys or animated clowns. I had the overwhelming urge to laugh. I was kind of self-conscious about it at first, but I couldn't contain
That shit would not make me laugh, bro. If I saw clowns while I was tripping, that would make things so much worse.
myself, and I laughed out loud watching those clowns. Suddenly, a pulsating entity appeared in the patterns. It sounds weird to describe it as Tinkerbell-like. It was trying to coax me to go with it. At first, I was reluctant. I did want to go with it. I could tell the drug was starting to wear off, and I wasn't high enough to follow it. I told it I can't go with you now. See, they want me back. It didn't seem to be offended and, in fact, followed me back until I sensed it had reached its boundary. I felt like it was saying goodbye.
Sarah needs a short break. The start of her trip has been especially intense. That's something Timmerman hears from many of his own participants.
people can feel, especially at the beginning of the experience, that they're being as launched from a rocket, as if they're like going into outer space and they're in a rocket. And so there's a strong feeling of energy and vibrations in their body. They are interacting with beings, spirits, entities, jesters, clowns, a range of different ways in which people see these beings that interact with the participants, that they engage with them, invite them to do something, to communicate, and so forth and so on.
Encounters with such beings seem to be a common experience in many DMT trips. For one of his studies, Timmerman analyzed nearly 4,000 DMT experiences posted on Reddit. Almost half mentioned similar entity encounters. In a 2021 field study with 36 participants, almost everyone reported an encounter with some sort of sentient being. But how do these encounters actually unfold? That's what Baltimore's Johns Hopkins University asked over 2,500 DMT users.
Yeah, like what in your brain is making you interact with these things? A lot of people would say it would be like another universe that you're like breaching into, but I feel like largely they're trying to figure out like what scientifically is going on in your brain that's making you produce these visuals of like literally like a conversation you're having with yourself, but you don't control what the other thing is saying.
In an online survey.
Yeah, it's like a consciousness personified. I would assume it's like an awake dream state, you know? Like, when you're dreaming, you are interacting with other things, and those things are interacting with you. You feel as if you're in control of yourself in the dream, even if you're not lucid dreaming, you're kind of like controlling your interaction. But the alternative or the ulterior people around you, you don't. I would assume it's that, but just amplified, because you're conscious while it's happening.
First question was about the primary senses involved in the encounter. Most participants reported seeing them, and more than half described hearing them. About a third said they could touch them, while some could even smell or taste them. A whopping 85% described their encounter as extrasensory or telepathic. The most common descriptive labels for the entities were beings, guides, spirits, aliens, and helpers. Less common labels were clowns, demons, gnomes, monsters, or devils.
Dude, I would be the 2%, man. I'd see Lucifer himself.
As to the emotions involved, most participants reported feelings of love, trust, and joy. Only a minority experienced fear. 11% believed they had encountered religious figures.
Well, I feel like you could have both. Like you could experience fear and love within the same trip.
11% believed they had encountered religious figures, meaning some people think they saw God in these beings.
This is what some of the research has found, and some people have reported that. And it is interesting because,
I could so see myself, like, signing up for one of these experiments, and everybody around me being like, I saw God. It's just a great experience. It was so eye-opening. And then I'm tripping, and I just see, like, Big Chungus. And, like, like, me and Big Chungus go to, like, a mediocre, like, water park together or something. Like, we have, like, a very mid experience. It's like, I'm like, oh, I'm really hyped. I think I'm gonna see God. And then it's just, like, you know, just the most lackluster. I see Sonic, but me and him are just going to like Spencer's, and we're going to Spencer's, just strolling the store, some shit. And I'm like, damn, dude, this is kind of lame. He's like over explaining things to me. Big Chungus is trauma dumping on me right mid trip, and I'm sitting there like, damn, bro, that sucks. Yeah, bro. Yeah, like I'm trying to like figure out my own shit, you know.
Wait, God is a personification of these spiritual or mystical like qualities according to certain religions, and it seems that DMT stimulates those sort of experiences.
DMT appears to have a significant impact on people's religious beliefs and their sense of spirituality. This study surveyed users who reported so-called God encounter experiences during psychedelic trips. 25% described them as atheists before their trip, meaning they didn't believe in God. Afterwards, their number dropped to just 7%. Among ayahuasca users, atheist identification declined from 12 to 3%.
I wonder if those people have taken mushrooms previously. I wouldn't say that I'm an atheist. I would say when I've tripped, I have felt like an overall welcoming love from the universe, but I would say that's more attuned to the universe than a specific religion. Like, I could believe in a God. I don't believe in any organized religion.
Sarah, too, is...
That's why I would say I'm agnostic. Like, I don't believe in any monotheistic religion. For sure. But like, I could get behind the idea that a God exists.
Deeply moved by these encounters. She's about to receive her final injection.
I went directly into deep space. They knew I was coming back. They told me there were many things they could share with us when we learn how to make more extended contact. Again, they wanted something from me, not just physical information. They were interested in emotions and feelings. I told them, we have something we can give you, spirituality. I guess what I really meant was love. I tried to figure out how to do this. I felt a tremendous energy, brilliant pink light with white edges, building on my left side. I knew it was spiritual energy and love. They were on my right, so I reached out my hands across the universe and prepared to be a bridge. I let this energy pass through me to them. I said something like, "See, there I did it for you. You have it." They were grateful. I was coming down off the DMT, losing altitude.
Sarah didn't expect to become what she called an earthly spiritual emissary during her trip. She doesn't feel comfortable with that role, but has done her best to live up to it. Now it's the next participant's turn, number 35. Over the course of 5 years, Strassman observes hundreds of these trips. He administers about 400 doses of DMT to 60 volunteers. He eventually calls DMT the spirit molecule, because of the spiritual and metaphysical experiences it appears to induce. Strassman's work in the 1990s was groundbreaking research, but it also raised more questions than it could answer. Since then, many neuroscientists have picked up where he left off. So what's actually happening inside our brain when we take DMT?
Dude, this is such an interesting video. Would you sign up for this? I don't think I would want to do 5 trips in a row now. I would sign up for something like this where it's like, you know, medically monitored for me to do DMT and explain an experience though.
Modern neuroscience suggests that our brain has a hierarchical modular organization. Modular means that certain nerve cells work together in different types of clusters or brain networks, specialized in specific functions. There appears to only be a limited amount of communication between these networks. Hierarchical means that higher order areas, like the prefrontal cortex, collect signals from different areas across the brain to coordinate appropriate responses. But that entire organization seems to pretty much collapse when our brain is on DMT. The key players here are these special serotonin receptors. They determine how sensitive neurons react to incoming signals. That in turn impacts how information is transmitted and processed within and across brain regions. When DMT binds to these receptors, the brain's usual top-down control mechanisms become less effective. It's like the neurochemical reins come off. One of the experts we talked to thinks DMT makes the brain become more democratic. Another calls it anarchy. Either way, the brain suddenly enters a state in which far more areas communicate with each other than usual. Scientists call this global hyperconnectivity. It's completely different from how the brain normally operates. But how does this explain these extremely vivid hallucinations? Why do some users feel as if they're entering an entirely different reality? One explanation,
like a part of your brain, like I feel like it has to be related to like dreaming. Like a part of your brain that's active when you're asleep more so and more connected is like awake while you're awake, and that's not normal.
Is that the brain sort of disconnects from external information. In this paper, Chris Timmerman proposes that DMT disrupts the brain's normal way of processing sensory input. The technical term is functional deafferentation.
It's a state of disconnected consciousness. We're disconnected from the external environment individuals feel.
Instead, the brain shifts into a completely new state, a kind of internal simulation.
They report that they are in an immersive world of experience.
But where does this other world come from? One clue to unravel this mystery could be dreaming. All those weird things that happen in our dreams seem similar to what people describe on DMT.
They are disconnected.
But you're so much more conscious. You're disconnected from the external experience, right? Like you're not seeing like your eyes could be open, you're on DMT, you're not even seeing what your eyes are seeing. Like you're just witnessing your own trip itself because you're basically awake dreaming.
From their immediate environments and their own brains, and the organism as a whole is reconstructing an alternative world of experience. It's very similar to what happens during DMT experiences.
Timmerman and colleagues found that the strongest rhythms of theta waves in the brain correlate with the peak of a DMT trip. The same patterns are found during REM sleep. He writes that a DMT trip is like dreaming with your eyes open, except that DMT trips are usually far more intense and vivid than normal dreams. Neuroscientist Andrew Gallimore has a theory about why that is. In our dreams, the brain sort of rebuilds our real-life experiences, drawing on established patterns of information. But on DMT, those familiar templates come undone. Everything becomes more open, chaotic, and unpredictable.
It's like you're seeing the world anew, Like you've never seen it before. Your brain, you haven't decided what you're seeing. And coupled with this increased sensitivity to sensory information, the world becomes transcendent. It becomes much more vivid.
Which brings us to one of the wildest DMT experiences of all, encountering spiritual entities or sentient beings. There are different theories about these types of encounters. One study examined how these two brain regions behave under the influence of DMT. These areas are essential for recognizing social cues and processing the emotional dynamics of human interaction.
So when we have our normal experiences and we interact with our partners or co-workers, our sons and daughters, these same systems also start engaging in the brain.
In turn, these areas become active when we try to understand someone else's thoughts and feelings, or more specifically, when we try to distinguish their mental state from our own.
So right now we're working with a hypothesis based on what we found, that in essence what DMT does, it engages parts of what we call social cognition, the ways in which we build up our relationships in the world.
In the hyperconnected DMT brain, these two regions engage far more intensely with each other and with other areas.
And so we believe
your brain is controlling it, but you're creating like an ulterior individual that you're communicating with, like you would an actual different person.
That enhances or pronounce or enable the appearances of these beings or entities. It's almost as if we simulate those social relations.
Put simply, the brain massively ramps up its resources for processing social signals. And that could explain why so many DMT users encounter these entities or beings. Another key to understanding the substance could be just how similar DMT trips seem to feel to so-called near-death experiences. Such experiences can occur during traffic accidents, suicide attempts, and cardiac arrests. Many report a sense of brightness, seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, losing track of time and space, or gaining insight into some ultimate truth.
The features that are similar to the near-death experiences and the DMT experiences are that feeling that many people have, that they have reached a sort of boundary or a limit of where they can go in this alternate reality or universe.
Timmerman thinks these near-death experiences could also be linked to global hyperconnectivity.
That is such a big transformation of the mind, such a big transformation of the brain, that it is likely that the brain is sending a signal that it's dying, that it is being transformed beyond recognition.
In other words, there's so much going on in the brain during a DMT trip that the brain blows all of its fuses. It basically thinks it's dying. And yet, there's one major difference between DMT trips and near-death experiences.
DMT is more visual, and near-death experiences are more disembodied.
Then again, near-death experiences are also far from being fully understood. This makes it even harder to draw reliable scientific conclusions with regard to DMT. Back in the 90s,
Yo, this is actually like one of the best YouTube videos I've ever seen, bro. This is so fucking fascinating.
Rick Strassman proposed a bold hypothesis that the spirit molecule, DMT.
So when you're tripping, not only is it like you're awake dreaming, it's like so amplified that like you're almost feeling what it would be like in your last moments, because your brain's actually convincing itself that you're fucking almost dead.
Might be released during crucial life events like birth, death, or profound mystical experiences. Today, there is strong evidence suggesting that DMT is produced naturally in mammalian brains. Scientists are still investigating why that is. Early findings suggest that DMT release in the brain correlates with a massive surge of stress hormones. One experiment with lab rats showed a significant increase in DMT levels following cardiac arrest. Another study suggests that releasing DMT in the brain could also have a protective function. The compound appears to activate a receptor that helps brain cells survive oxygen deprivation and oxidative stress. So DMT might as well be a kind of built-in emergency medication for life-threatening situations. And a very recent study suggests that DMT levels in our brain might be much higher than previously assumed, and that it may be involved in a number of physiological processes. So here's what we know so far. DMT occurs naturally in plants.
But when is that DMT in your body actually released outside of, oxygen deprivation when you're having a fucking heart attack or when you're actually about to die? Like, are you getting microdosed with DMT like constantly? Like if there's that amount of DMT in your brain, when are you feeling it?
Mammals and humans. It's even considered endogenous, meaning our own bodies may produce it. We also know that when on DMT, our brain seems to be far more interconnected, that it activates so many different areas that it can feel like entering an entirely different world, one where we can communicate with all sorts of otherworldly beings. And in some cases, our brain gets so overwhelmed by this hyperconnected state that it thinks it's dying. But all of this is just the beginning. Early clues, hypotheses, and indications. Nothing more and nothing less. Most of the questions DMT poses to science are still wide open. For now, DMT remains a vast, unsolved mystery. We still don't fully understand how it creates such vivid hallucinations. We don't really know why our own body produces it, and we certainly don't understand how 50 milligrams of this tiny molecule can reshape entire lives in just 20 minutes. We're back in the Amazon rainforest, about 170 years after Richard Spruce. Once again, a British researcher is attending an ayahuasca ceremony. But things are different this time. Simon Ruffle is not a botanist, he's a psychiatrist. Unlike Spruce, he knows exactly what active compound he's dealing with. For the past decade, he's been studying ayahuasca to explore its potential role in healing trauma, like PTSD in war veterans. But so far, the number of participants has been too small for conclusive results, and some of them feel their mental health has worsened after the ayahuasca experience.
Wow.
But others show first signs of improvement. In some participants, Ruffle has observed significant reductions in depression and anxiety outcomes. Timmerman has seen similar indicators in his own research. His theory:
depressed individuals tend to think that they are worthless individuals, that they are unlovable, for example. They adopt beliefs that are no longer useful for them. What DMT does, it acts on these brain mechanisms that are related to that sense of self. And they
Oh my God. And so you've built this idea that like you're unlovable, your life sucks, and that'll never change. And so that DMT removes that linear line of thinking and you could rebuild the way that you perceive your own life.
Dynamically can
and then literally come out of it entirely different.
Change it in a lasting way.
Some studies suggest that meditation and other mindfulness-based practices could offer positive effects that are similar to those of psychedelic experiences.
Yeah, people that are really good at meditation and like long-term deep meditation do report that like they experience time dilation and hallucinations similarly. One of my philosophy professors, the one that was from Korea that taught me about Buddhism and Chinese philosophy in general, or just Asian philosophy in general, was really into meditation. And he told us that he would meditate for hours on end and it would feel like weeks.
But research on that is also just beginning. Chris Timmerman will continue to explore DMT's medical use, but he's also looking to unravel an even bigger mystery: human consciousness itself.
I'm particularly interested in using DMT to help us understand how we construct our usual worlds of experience.
He's chasing the same secret that made Terence McKenna set out about 60 years ago.
The world that we see out there is not necessarily the same world that is truly out there. We as human beings, our brains construct that world. I'm interested in using DMT to help us understand that construction.
What and how we map everything that we understand, because the world in the way that we perceive it is not actually the way that the world is. It's the way that our mind perceives it to help us survive. Wow. Serial killers who accidentally chose the worst targets.
The Cheetah Incident. In 1993, at a club in California, a demon prowled the venue. Unbeknownst to many, the Grim Sleeper, a man who'd ended the lives of 10 women, was searching for his next victim.
10 to 100? What is that fucking scale? What? I never understand that. I know it's like always like 10 asterisk because it's like maybe what they've been convicted of or like proven guilty of, but it's always like such a wild jump. It'll be like a serial killer convicted of 8 killings, but assumed to have murdered 80. It's like, how did they not find any of... Like, I'd get it if it was like convicted of 10, presumed to have killed 15. You know? but I'm like, assumed to have killed up to 100.
He noticed an African-American girl that seemed annoyed and upset, so he walked over to her to figure out what was wrong. The lady told him that she was invited out to play dominoes, but everybody there kept offering her drinks and telling her to club when she wasn't a drinker. It was extremely late, and she was tired and wanted to go home, so the grim sleeper pointed to his vehicle outside. He told her that he has a car, and if she really wanted to go home that badly, he could just take her. Delighted, the woman sprung out of her seat and...
Really? I feel like today, no woman is getting in the car with a man they've never met before. Like, I understand it's a nice gesture, but I feel like if you're a dude at a bar and you meet a woman for the first time, you shouldn't even offer to bring her home. Like, I know that's like a common gesture, but it's only going to be perceived negatively. You know? Like, if you're like, oh, I could take... Don't even say that. It's like a nice thing to say. You know she's going to say no. Don't even say that. Because, like, then they're going to be like, whoa. You know what you do? I'd call you an Uber. I'll call you an Uber. That's nice. Not even get in an Uber. Obviously, yes, today you'd get an Uber. We don't know. Did we say what year this was? They might have not had Uber then. But I'm saying, like, that'd be nice. I'll pay for your Uber.
Sprung out of her seat and followed the dangerous criminal back to his car. She got in first, and he shut her door like a gentleman. Then he got into the driver's seat and began taking her to her house. After a while, she told him to make a right turn to her house, but he ignored her. Confused, she repeated herself. You're supposed to make a right over there, not a left. Realizing the criminal was no longer responding, the lady quickly went to open the door to get out of the car, but it was then that she finally realized that the door didn't have a handle on the inside.
It took her that long to realize that there was not a handle on the door? No way. So you just start punching him in the face, dude. He's in a driving vehicle right now, like he's going to have to pull over. You ever see that one video of an Uber driver that was, you know, I guess fucking driving people around at like 1 or 2 in the morning, like really late at night? These two dudes get in the car, and they point a gun at him. He just floors it. He goes, you want to die? And he just starts going like this and fucking like ripping the wheel back and forth. They start crying in the back, like begging him to get out of the vehicle. He ends up like slamming on the brakes, just runs out. They fucking run away. I'm like, wow. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but holy shit. That couldn't have gone worse for them.
Becoming filled with joy, the monster finally revealed his intentions to the woman. And as you could probably guess, they were horrible and evil. But there was only one problem with his plan. The woman he was talking
The woman knew jujitsu and had an Italian stiletto knife.
To wasn't any ordinary person. The Grim Sleeper had accidentally trapped himself inside a car with the Cheetah, also known as the most dangerous woman in the world, a title that would be...
No fucking way. You're a serial killer and you pick up a woman and she ends up being like one of the best boxers.
Given to her just 1 year later, as she'd go on to win the 1994 kickboxing championship. When she was young, she was ruthlessly bullied and chased around the town. Her uncle was a martial arts master, and unknown to the Grim Sleeper, her uncle forced her to fight him every single day in order to get her black belt. At the end of the day,
Dude, I feel like even then the worry for her is like, if I knock this guy out, we might just crash and I'll die anyway. You know what I mean? Because like he's driving the car. Like what if he faints and then his foot just gets on the fucking gas?
Whenever she finished practicing with her colleagues and got ready to leave, her uncle, also known as Master Quiet Storm, would lock the door with a key. And if she wanted to exit the dojo, she'd have to beat him in combat and forcefully pry the keys out of his hands. She did this every single day as a kid. As the criminal asked her to comply with his sick demands, she told him no. As you could guess, this angered the psychopath, so he swung at her with his full might. But immediately she blocked his punch and spun back with a devastating counterpunch, striking him straight in his face. "Oh, so you're a fighting type," he said as he smiled. The woman quickly jumped into the back seat of the van, and he followed after her, which would go on to prove to be his worst mistake. Once he was trapped in the trunk of the van with the professional champion kickboxer, she unleashed a hellish attack on him. He tried to tackle her, but she grabbed his shirt and swung him around in the trunk of the van, smashing his head against...
Why did she get it? Okay, why did she even get in the car to begin? Like, he drove a white van? He drove a white van? I thought he drove a regular car.
The inside of the vehicle. She then flipped his shirt over his head while unloading a flurry of non-stop punches to his face, causing him to fall backwards on his butt. At this point, the girl noticed that his pants were unbuckled and falling down, so while they were still in the trunk, she stomped on his chest and grabbed his, and pulled them so high that she thought she ripped them off of him. The grim sleeper shrieked like a banshee and began crying out in pain. He quickly gave her the keys to unlock the van and escape. But before she left, while still pulling his royal jewels, she told him, "When I say no, it means no," before delivering a nasty right hook to the crying man, nearly knocking him out. She took the keys, unlocked the trunk of the van, and
should have fucking punched his balls like it was a punch bag.
quickly escaped while throwing the keys
It'd be like broken Orbeez in the middle.
away so that he couldn't follow her. Fredia Gibbs would go on to win her first championship after that year, officially titling her as the most dangerous woman alive.
Holy jacked. Holy jacked. This guy thought he would win that fight.
Her as the most dangerous woman alive.
Look at her fucking shoulder caps.
And years later, the Grim Sleeper would later be caught and arrested in 2010 because of an eaten pizza crust he left at a crime scene.
When a bitch says no, she means no. And I walked in, bam! Then I left.
The Night Stalker. In the summer of
Did she report it after that, or she just walked away? What do you mean she just... And then I left like she just walked out?
1985, the city of Los Angeles became gripped by fear. Night after night, a mysterious intruder slipped silently into homes across Southern California. He struck in darkness, often entering through unlocked doors or open windows while families slept, and he did the absolute unthinkable to his targets. If there was a man in the house he broke into, he would immediately just end them, then he would attack and assault the man's family, often carving evil imagery into women and anybody else in the house, and then he would stab them until they perished. Victims described him as a thin, satanic man that had wild eyes and reeked of sweat and cigarettes. Police didn't know his name yet, but the media soon gave him one, the Night Stalker. This individual had 15 victims.
Why do I know the name the Night Stalker? Is this like a known serial killer? I know this is all about serial killers, but I feel like the Night Stalker is like a very... Oh, the Netflix documentary? Richard Ramirez.
Tied to his name. He, by all means, was a top priority to officers in the nearby counties. On August 31st, 1985, he casually strolled into a nearby convenience store to pick up a beverage because he was thirsty. And right next to the drink he was grabbing...
Wow, I feel like this is a really interesting video because you always know about serial killers, but a lot of the time you never know how the fuck they even got caught. You're just like, oh, this guy killed 20 people.
He noticed a rack of newspapers that all had a wanted poster of his face on it. He immediately panicked and darted out of the doors looking for an individual to target and carjack so that he could leave the area. The criminal jumped into the car of a 28-year-old woman named Angelina. Without wasting a second, he began to punch her in the stomach and forcefully steal her car from her. What the Night Stalker failed to notice is that her neighbor was nearby watching it happen, and he also had huge balls. As the neighbor ran over to help Angelina, the Night Stalker told him to stay back and warned him that he had a gun. The 50-year-old neighbor called his bluff and ripped the scumbag right out of the car. And it was at this point that this man had realized that he'd chosen the absolute worst neighborhood to do it.
Yeah, dude, you're face down. You got some big-ass dude standing over you. Bro, you about to get Donkey Kong ground pounded. Holy.
Carjacking in, because he instantly found himself surrounded by a huge, angry mob. Everybody in the neighborhood knew who he was. They knew all of
like a bunch of people fucking surrounded Michael Myers, dude.
His crimes, and worst of all, they weren't police officers, so their idea of justice wasn't jail, it was death. The crowd of people beat him viciously. Angelina's husband ripped a steel rod out of a metal fence and began smashing his head with it, while another neighbor attacked him with a makeshift spear made out of barbecue equipment. Multiple people grabbed and tugged at him from different directions, beating him senselessly with anything they could find. They beat him so bad that when police showed up, he began crying out, "I did it! It's me!" begging them to arrest him. Reports state that once he was arrested, he began speaking Spanish to himself, saying, "Thank goodness the police came and arrested me. I'm so lucky." When he was...
Wait, is that a video of him?
The police came and arrested me. I'm so lucky. When he was taken to the police station, a crowd of 500 people surrounded the building chanting, "Kill him."
He doesn't look that fucked up, though. I know he has like a head bandage on.
I'm so lucky. When he was taken to the police station, a crowd of 500 people surrounded the building chanting, "Kill him," in unison. He would go on to receive 19 death sentences, However, he would pass away from cancer at 53 years old in 2013. Honestly, if I was the
Wow, he got 19 death sentences, but lived on death row for 28 years and then died.
cop tasked with arresting him that day, I probably would have just driven around in circles and pretended like I couldn't find him so that he could spend some more time with the crowd of victims he had been terrorizing for the past year. The crash out incident. While most either don't know or just don't believe it, this man is a serial killer.
19 death sentences, or was it life sentences? Because that doesn't make any sense. How do you get 19 death sentences? Wait, King Von? What?
Incident. While most either don't know or just don't believe it, this man is a serial killer. Allegedly. He grew up in the Parkway Gardens, an area that would
King Von is a serial killer?
later on become named O-Block, which is named after his close friend and mentor, OD.
I know people talked about how King Von would, like, just murder motherfuckers. But, bro, he killed 9 people directly. Yeah, but I'm saying, isn't a serial killer somebody that's not, like, I feel like King Von's a murderer. Isn't a serial killer somebody that's, like, doing it in a specific way and, like, leaving trails or something? It's not just like, oh, you've killed 10 people. Like, I thought a serial killer is like somebody, what is that called then? Is that like a different type of serial killing? Yeah, like Dexter, like somebody that has a thing that they do.
When he was murdered. A little later, Pontoon, another one of his friends, would pass away in the same way. And,
I'm genuinely saying, like, most serial killers have a thing that they do, right? They target a specific type of person, kill them in a specific type of way. I'm saying if King Von just shot and killed 9 people, I always thought that's just a mass murderer, not a serial killer.
And, I should probably mention that his father was also murdered when he was 11, but he still had a brother-like figure that he kept around as a close friend. White, except not really, because in 2012, White would pass away on Von's 18th birthday, right in front of him at a gas station. It's important to note that it was this specific traumatic incident that caused him to become a serial killer, as after this moment, he would later on be connected to over 10 or 11 murders throughout his life.
Wow.
Whilst also taking deep, nearly sociopathic pleasure in the lives he ended and putting it into his songs. Allegedly, of course. Nonetheless, he really did what he rapped about in his music, which is what caused him to develop contempt for another popular up-and-coming artist in his industry, Young Boy. Von took a lot of pride in the crimes he committed, especially since it was what eventually made him become popular and successful. Young Boy, in a lot of ways, is similar to Von, but Von didn't believe that he actually did any of the things he rapped about. So for him to see another artist getting more virality than him, when he believed he was a fraud, quietly upset him. And so, completely unprovoked, he'd go on to publicly say that Young Boy lies in his music online.
You got cap in your raps.
You got cap in your raps. This would start a pretty petty back and forth between the two young men. Von would begin flirting with the mother of Young Boy's kids. Young Boy would flirt with Von's ex, then they sent disses at each other, and blah blah blah. You get the gist. Despite the clear animosity between the two individuals,
Von still alive? No. Von died like 5 years ago.
Von would go on to say that there was no bad blood between him and Young Boy at all, which would later on prove to be obviously untrue. On November 5th,
6 years ago, sorry.
2020, he would get up, hop into his bulletproof Hellcat, and head out to a club to perform his show along with 8 other cars that were guarding and following him. At the club, despite everything seeming normal and fun at first, people close to Davon noticed that he seemed off. The man frequently mentioned paranoia and feeling like the spirits of the lives he ended were always watching him. Many people said he could switch from being calm, collected, and silly to seeming very off or sociopathic.
Yeah, but that might just be his base personality. Like, that might not be indicative of him knowing that he was going to die.
A lot of people generally started to believe that he might have had a literal demon living inside of him, or something.
Or just like an actual, yeah, like a mood disorder, like Taylor is saying, like, yeah, like bipolar disorder, and then mixed with, like, yeah, the weight of killing people.
Something seriously wrong with his head, and it was noted that he was allegedly given inside information that one of Young Boy's friends was at a nearby club that was extremely close to him. This friend's name is Quando Rondo. After he finished performing at his show, he and his entourage got up, went inside of their cars, and headed back home to call it a day. However, suddenly the security guards noticed that Von's car had gone missing. He made a detour to the club that Quando Rondo was at and waited patiently. His entourage later on showed up and found Von. After regrouping with him, they put all of their weapons away inside of the car and got ready to head inside of the club. But it was at this moment that one of Von's associates located the person he was looking for. As Quando Rondo was leaving the club, Von bumped into him head on and began to beat him ruthlessly. The man was terrified, later stating that he didn't even know who was fighting him, but once he realized it was Von, it felt like the devil or a demon was attacking him.
It's like I had an out-of-body experience. Like it's like the devil was coming to get me. Like it's like my soul. Like I can't even explain it, man.
Von was doing what he loved, and the man he was attacking was likely going to become another victim that he'd rap about in his songs. But there was just one slight mistake he made. He assumed that his target was alone, and was so laser-focused on attacking his target that he failed to realize that just 2 feet away, a random white car was full of Quando's crew, all of whom were armed. And when they saw their friend being attacked by Von, they didn't hesitate to shoot him 4 times. Even after getting injured, Von continued wrestling and attacking Quando until the two were eventually broken up by their crews.
He got shot 4 times and still fucking was trying to kill him. How you get shot 4 times and still fight?
Undercover police officers ran to the scene and began calling backup.
Yeah, adrenaline, but I'm saying I feel like you'd bleed out so... I mean, it depends where you got shot, but if you get shot 4 times, chat, you're probably bleeding out in like 2 minutes. Tops. If you didn't get shot in a main artery, like you got shot 4 times, you're probably dead within like the next fucking 5 minutes.
The man had 4 holes in his body, and blood was leaking everywhere inside of the car, panicking his team and friends.
Didn't 50 Cent get shot more than that and live? Bro, what? How many times did 50 Cent get shot? 9 times. 50 Cent was shot 9 times at close range in Queens, New York in the year 2000. He had to relearn how to walk. He got shot in the legs. I mean, I feel like that's also him getting lucky, too, on where he got shot. Caliber of bullet matters. It's not even just caliber of bullet. It's like caliber of bullet and then what type of round of that caliber it is. Like, is it one that's going to fracture inside? It's like a home defense round that's going to fracture inside somebody's body. You know what I mean?
He was still alive.
It fucking explodes once it hits you.
And conscious. He'd even go on to tell his friends.
He got shot in the face, too? Oh, my God. Yeah, hollow points.
To calm down because he was fine. While he was successfully delivered to the hospital, during surgery he'd suddenly shoot up awake in cold sweats.
Wow.
He'd throw the nurses and medical staff who were operating on his body off of him and then began swinging at them.
And Von made it through 2 surgeries. He had 3 surgeries ago. He made it through 2 surgeries. And then after the second surgery, he hopped off the bed and started fighting the nurse and said, "Where his gun at?"
In a state of complete shock and panic, he began searching for his gun on the surgery table, but then froze. And suddenly, as he woke up, he collapsed from shock, marking his end. To think this situation...
That's how he died? I knew he got shot and died. I didn't know he got shot, rushed to the hospital, survived 2 surgeries, and then stood up and immediately died afterwards.
Stemmed from about 5 or 6 words.
Is there like a reason that happened?
Words is insane.
Like, is there a reason he had that like burst of energy?
The spoon incident. A newbie walked into the prison earlier that week, and seeing that he was fresh meat, an atrocious criminal named William Roberts decided it was time to assert some dominance over him, since he seemed like the perfect target. It's unclear exactly what sick intentions William had in mind for the man when he approached him, but what is known is that when the two interacted, the monster began to boast and brag about the most heinous crimes he had committed in an attempt to put fear into the heart of the man and make him yield to his requests. He walked up to the man's seat where he was eating, then he set down his food tray and began eating beside him. "What are you in prison for?" he said. "Because I'll let you know that I'm practically allowed to do anything I want. I'm in prison for having my way with a 4-year-old. And look, I'm still here. So what about you? Are you here for car theft, insurance fraud, reckless
what the fuck?
Driving?" After sitting and listening to William's monologue, the man calmly responded to his questions. "I'm a serial killer. I'm in here because I ended a man that was bragging to me about the horrible things he had done to multiple kids. I strangled him so hard that emergency responders said his face became blue like a pair of jeans, because I hate predators. They thought I was crazy, so they sent me to a mental hospital, where I bumped into another person who did the same horrible thing to kids. And so I ended him too. And now, they've sent me to this prison, and just like deja vu, I have another predator telling me the same thing. I just ended the life of another prisoner 2 hours ago. I hid his body under my bed, and I hoped I wouldn't need to do the same thing to another person for a while, but I guess I was wrong. William Roberts just...
What?
Bed, and I hoped I wouldn't need to do the same thing to another person 2 hours ago. I hid...
Wait, he killed somebody 2 hours prior?
His body under my bed, and I hoped I wouldn't need to do the same thing to another person for a while, but I guess I was wrong. William Roberts just happened to choose the absolute worst person to brag to about his crimes. He was talking to Robert Maudsley, a serial killer specifically known for only targeting predators. And in the blink of an eye...
70 years old? 70-year-old serial killer. Oh, he was in Hannibal Lecter's cell for the past 45 years. Oh, I thought he was 70 when this happened. I was going to say, no, man, no way that dude had that strength.
Serial killer specifically known for...
Killed 3 more prisoners behind bars.
Only targeting predators. And in the blink of an eye, Maudsley grabbed the spoon off of his food tray and jammed it into William's face. He screamed horrifically, but Maudsley didn't stop there. He ruthlessly beat and continued to carve away at the man's face with his spoon. He stabbed him over and over again, and somehow nobody in the prison noticed what was happening at all. William screamed and pleaded for help until he couldn't anymore. After Maudsley was finished, he calmly walked over to a prison guard and told them that 2 prisoners would be missing from the roll call today. Extremely concerned with that ominous statement, the guards ran into Maudsley's prison cell and found the body of William and another prisoner. William's face was unrecognizable, but most...
Who was the other guy that he hid in his bed?
Horrifyingly of all, his brains were carved out of his skull with a spoon sticking out of it.
Oh my god, like scooping it out like it's fucking ice cream.
The prison guards immediately believed that Maudsley must have cannibalized the man's brains, but he...
Like ate his brains after he killed him?
Calmly denied the accusation and said something around the lines of, "No, I wouldn't do that, nor would I lie about it." The man would later on be placed inside of a glass box where he would go on to spend the rest of his life in solitary confinement. Most people in life are amazing to be around.
Oh my god, wait, so he did that and then, well, because he kept killing people, they eventually, that's why it was Hannibal Lecter's box, because he would just keep killing people in prison?
But every once in a while, there is a chance that...
Bro, that's wild, though.
You could bump into a psychopath, so always take precautions and always be prepared so that you too don't end up as a victim. Have a happy day.
Why we got like a fucking vibey goat video? Holy chill goat video at the end? What the fuck? WVid though? King Von was literally just Springtrap. Wait, actually, I can't believe he got up on... I never knew that. That he got up on the fucking operating table. Like, just woke up. I'm assuming they had him sedated, too. And then he, like, pushed through. Maybe they didn't sedate him. I don't know. I don't know what, like, the process is if you're, like, bleeding out like that. Fire the anesthesiologist? I don't know, man. They were waking him up? Oh, you think you think they finished the surgery and then they needed to wake him up and then he just fucking got up and died? I don't know. I feel like he had to still be bleeding out or something for him to just instantly die after that. All right, we're going to do this. Top 10 worst years in human history.
Around for roughly 200,000 years. And honestly, most...
Let me guess a few of them. Something with the Black Plague. World War II when the bombs dropped. In human history, I was going to say in history, probably when the meteor hit the dinosaurs. Humans weren't around then. 2008. Why? The housing market crash? Y2K when the world didn't end.
that time was spent dying in pools of our own diarrhea.
2020. I don't think like COVID years are top 10 worst years in human history. Yeah, Holocaust. That's why I said World War II.
So when you think of the worst years in human history, it's basically all of them. But that would be a boring video. So let's be prisoners of the moment and allow recency bias to cloud our analysis as we rank the top 10 worst years to be alive in human history. Number 10, 1918. This year kicks off with a
I feel like that was a pretty fire year now. Wasn't that right before the Roaring 20s? Roaring 20s was like a great time to fucking like be a middle-class American.
little something called the Spanish flu.
Unless you were black or a woman or a minority or a non-white man or disabled. Okay, so maybe it wasn't a great time to be alive during the 1920s.
Surprisingly, this flu wasn't
Or gay. Yeah, okay.
actually from Spain, but it was still no bueno. Exact numbers for the death toll are kind of hard to pin down.
Oh, Spanish flu.
But estimates range from 20 to 50 million human deaths globally. The Spanish flu was
50 million deaths. How many people died from COVID? 7.1 million. Wow. So Spanish flu was like 6 times that? No, 7 point something times.
particularly deadly for 2 reasons. 1, it was a brand new strain of the flu, and 2, the conditions of the Great War made it so much easier for the disease to spread. Soldiers returning home brought the flu with them, infecting people in remote areas who had no immunity to the virus. What was extra special about the Spanish flu was that it was unusually deadly for young adults compared to other flu viruses of the time, leading to a significantly higher death toll. This disease
Chat, if you got the Spanish flu, do you think you would eat that shit? I think I got a pretty weak immune system when it comes to like big illnesses. I had COVID twice and I was fine. But that was COVID. Spanish flu, like part of me, okay, I would never want it, but part of me is like, would I die with the Black Plague? Yeah. No modern medicine, right? Like, let's say you get the Spanish flu, but you're not allowed to take like Advil, Tylenol, nothing. Like, you're just you're ripping it. You know, like you're lasting that shit out. It's wraps. Most of us are dying.
was terrifying for doctors, not just
Black Plague has to be on this. The Black Plague was so bad that people thought it was an evil that brought the end of the world, bro. That many people fucking died. There were bodies in the streets, piles of dead people. When the Black Plague was like the devil himself coming back to Earth, bro. Like a third, it was a third of Europe. I'm pretty sure it was more than a third of Europe. I think it was maybe a third of Europe as a whole, but a ton of, like, certain areas, like, almost everybody died. How many people in Europe died of the Black Plague? 50 million people, but this was in the 1300s. So 50 million people in the 1300s is way more than the 1900s. 30 to 60% of the continent's population of Europe died. Florence, for example, lost up to 60% of its population, similar to London. So, like, heavily populated cities lost, like, more than half of their people.
just because of how quickly it spread or how quickly their
It was a third of the world. That's what it was.
patients died, but the process of how people died from it. Heliotrope cyanosis was a symptom of the Spanish flu, where a patient's skin would slowly turn purple as their lungs filled with fluid, preventing them from getting enough oxygen into their bloodstream. The blue/purple color would start in their lips and fingers, but eventually spread across their whole body as they neared death. After the patient passed, their entire body would then quickly turn from purple to black. Truly horrific stuff. To make matters worse, 1918 was also the final year of World War I, which saw another 5 million global casualties and made most of Europe no fun. Also in this year, you had the Russian Revolution going on, which ended the House of Romanov for good with the assassination of Nicholas II and his family this year. This revolution allowed Vladimir Lenin to take power, where he established a totalitarian dictatorship that oversaw the mass killing of political dissidents. The revolution was marked by brutal civil war and famine, which killed millions more. And finally, the Treaty of Versailles was being drafted, which, while not initially terrible, put Germany in a super bad mood that had some pretty major downstream consequences. But more on that later. Number 9, 1492.
What happened in 1492? I feel like there's a gap. I feel like there's a gap in human knowledge. Like, most humans know a lot of shit that happened between 1800 and, like, today. And then you know a little bit about the 1600s and, like, Jamestown and, you know, fucking witch trial shit, blah, blah, blah. You know, you could even go back to, like, certain, like, poets or people that were alive, like musicians in, like, 1300s. 1492, oh, Columbus. Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Ooh. That one slipped the brain for a minute there. Yeah.
We all know in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But by doing
You got to say the rhyme for me to know. You can't just show me the date.
that, Columbus also opened up a portal to hell for nearly everyone who is currently living in the Americas.
Yo, that motherfucker was a horrible person, bro. They don't teach. Yo, they deadass didn't teach. I feel like now they probably do. I remember when I was a kid, bro, they did not teach about Columbus being a horrible person. They were like, Columbus founded the Americas. That motherfucker lied to the Native Americans and said that the fucking moon was gonna, or the sun was gonna disappear, or the moon was gonna disappear. They lied. He was like, hey, the sun's gonna disappear if you don't fucking give us food. And they were like, no, it won't, because who the fuck would believe that? And he just knew knowledge about astronomy, and he said his god was more powerful than theirs. And then there was a fucking solar eclipse, and the sun disappeared. And then they fucking gave them all their food, and then died.
Every indigenous person that came in contact with the Europeans.
I thought he said the moon would be of blood. I'm pretty sure he just predicted a solar eclipse. Yeah, in 1504, there was a total lunar eclipse. During his fourth voyage, Christopher Columbus induced the inhabitants of Jamaica to continue provisioning him and his hungry men, intimidating them by predicting a total lunar eclipse. Some claim Columbus used the ephemeris of the German astronomer, but Columbus himself attributed the prediction to the Almanac of Abraham Zacuto. He got beached, blah, blah, blah. They needed food. They couldn't give it to him. And then he, like, basically just, like,
settler was
lied
either
to them. He would also, like, you know, do some pretty fucked up shit in general.
Killed by a disease, killed in the slave trade, killed in war, or died of a broken heart. And while it certainly didn't all happen in 1 year, the introduction of European settlers to the Americas ended up killing 90% of the indigenous population.
Even if it was a peaceful interaction, Europeans brought over diseases that the Native Americans hadn't encountered yet. And then they all died. Same thing with, like, a lot of encounters with, like, Amazonian, like, tribes. Like, you just, like, go see them. You could be peaceful, and then they're all just going to get, like, fucking smallpox and die.
Diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza decimated communities that had no immunity to these foreign illnesses. I guess one could argue that the events of 1492 had positive effects.
It was not peaceful. I'm saying there was multiple interactions. There were instances of peaceful interactions. Many were not.
On much of humanity.
I'm not with Columbus. I'm talking about, like, people just arriving to the Americas.
Leading to the age of exploration and the eventual globalization of trade and culture that brought us things like pizza and chocolate. However, the near extinction of an entire continent civilization does put it on our list. Number 8, 2008. This is probably the
housing market crash. I feel like we're jumping pretty heavily here. The housing market crash of 2008 was worse than smallpox.
Height of recency bias, but
and Vladimir Lenin.
Who cares? It sucked. 2008 was the year the entire world realized that rich people just basically make up how much money there is. And for a number of reasons too complicated to go into in this video, something called Lehman Brothers went out of business, and then the entire global economy collapsed. Stock markets around the world crashed. The American auto industry nearly went belly up, and the cost of food and gas.
And the bubble of borrowing money or having debt to buy assets is like what's happening right now with the AI bubble. I'm not trying to, like, make people panic, but the shit that happened right before the 2008 housing market crash where people were taking on debt to buy houses and assets is exactly what's happening right now with big businesses. So if it fails, they're fucked.
Went through the roof. It was the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression, causing millions of Americans to lose their jobs and homes. Also, if you've ever wondered, why do houses cost so much these days? Well, in the aftermath of the 2008 mortgage crisis, new home construction basically stopped for about 10 years because nobody could get a loan. And since there wasn't a 10-year hiatus on unprotected sex, we now have way too many people and way too few houses. So thanks again, 2008, for still ruining all of our lives. What? China and Australia's economy actually grew during the Great Recession? What do you mean America isn't the center of the universe? Number 7, 73,000 BC.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little absurd to put the 2008 housing market crisis as one of the worst years in human history. Like, I wouldn't even say that's, like, top 50. Like, you could say 30s was, like, the Great Depression. because that was bad for the world as well.
Okay, so we're a little loosey-goosey on the exact year, but trust me, whenever it was bad. Rewind
73,000 BC. I love how we're jumping around history right now. We got Spanish flu. We have Christopher Columbus, 2008, and now 73,000 BC.
Clock 70 or so millennia, and you'll witness what's known as a super
Pompeii? When was Pompeii? Wait, is this Pompeii?
Volcano eruption.
No, Pompeii was not 73,000 BC. 73,000 BC, there wasn't fucking cities yet. When was Pompeii? That was probably like fucking 3,000 years ago. 79 CE, so 2,000 years ago.
This particular event is known as the Toba catastrophe and is probably the thing Indonesia is second most famous for after Komodo dragons. This eruption set off a 10-year volcanic winter that nearly eliminated the entire human species. The Toba eruption released so much volcanic ash into the atmosphere that it blocked sunlight, leading to a drastic drop in global temperatures. The few survivors faced harsh conditions, with scarce food and resources, struggling to maintain their communities. The entire human population left on Earth was somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 people, or roughly the size of Brandon, South Dakota.
And we're all descendants of them. Wow. We're all related to those people. I feel like that's so cool that like every person has a common ancestor, like what, 60 people ago or something. Like there's somebody that so we're all related in some way. Yeah. But not in a sense of like incest. But I'm pretty sure this era is when they were making like was it whale bones? No, I think it might have been like, what's that motherfucker from Ice Age? A mammoth. Mammoth bone huts. Yeah, people used to live in this. Stuff that looked like this. Ukraine. Mammoth bone structure homes. This was like when it was like really fucking cold out. They would make shit like this out of just straight animal remains because it was so insulative. And they would put like hides and other stuff on the outside because it was just cold as fuck.
You've never heard of Brandon, South Dakota? Okay, Madison Square Garden can hold around 20,000 people, so the entire population left on Earth after that eruption could fit in MSG twice. This phenomenon is known as a genetic bottleneck, and is also why we're all kind of related. Number 6, 1929. The Roaring Twenties came to an abrupt end in 1929 when the U.S. stock market crashed, setting off, stop me if you've heard this before, a global economic collapse. The Great Depression that followed was a decade-long economic—
Oh no! Oh no! American steel is down! Let me go withdraw all my money from the bank. And then they had no money.
Disaster that affected almost every country in the world.
Yeah, imagine pulling up to a bank going, I want to withdraw my money. And they go, we don't have it. Huh? Huh?
Mental health was—
we don't have it. Huh?
At an all-time low immediately following the market crash. Self-deletion rates were so high that some hotel operators in New York City would ask guests if they needed a room for sleeping or jumping out of. That's real. In the US, 1 in 4 people became unemployed, and wages for the remaining workforce were basically cut in half. Bread lines and soup kitchens became a common sight, and many people lost their homes and savings. One farmer of the day knew he couldn't afford to feed his sheep, so he slit their throats and threw them down a canyon instead of letting them starve. It's like,
wow.
What? They don't like sheep? The events of 1929 set off a decade of economic hardship that culminated in Earth's favorite pastime, World War. Number 5, 1601. If you take one thing away from this video—
Is that the witch trials? When were the witch trials? I was just in Salem. No, that was 1692.
It should be that volcanoes are bad. So bad, in fact, that one volcano in Peru basically turned the lights off for the whole planet. The eruption of Huayna Patina in 1600 was one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, spewing vast amounts of ash into the—
Bro, I want to see the volcano eruption that's that big that it blacks out the sun from the whole world. One volcano erupting that much.
Atmosphere. The summer of 1601 was known as the summer with no sunshine. Sunlight levels dramatically decreased everywhere in the world, causing mass famine, but nowhere more so than Russia. The lack of sunlight led to crop failures and livestock death. A third of the Russian population starving to death in the 2 years following the eruption. No sunshine also meant it was extremely cold, so to keep warm, many in the region turned to killing any animal with fur they could find, not just for food, but also to create clothing and blankets. Accounts from the time describe people so desperate for food that they ate grass, their pets, and each other. Which means all of us are just one cloudy summer away from cannibalism.
I'm not eating my dog. That's the one thing I'm saying right now. I would not eat my dog. If I was starving, bro.
Number 4, 1940.
I will. You'll eat my dog or you're going to eat your dog? Javi, I'm telling you right now, you ain't eating my dog. I'm eating you before I'm eating my dog.
42. Not much to see here, just worldwide violence and genocide resulting in millions of deaths. At the tail end of 1941, Japan made a monumental strategic error and, not so elegantly, insisted that the U.S. become heavily involved in World War
Wait, which one is this? Oh, 1942.
II. This essentially turned America into a death factory, where every able-bodied human was either making stuff that killed people or just killing people.
And this is when we really became a war-based economy. Ugh.
The war effort mobilized entire populations, leading to the development of new weapons and technologies, including the Manhattan Project, which would cause all kinds of problems for future humans. Meanwhile, soldiers and civilians in Russia...
And it was a like, the Manhattan Project was terrible, but, like, even if the Manhattan Project didn't happen, nuclear bombs would still exist, right? It was just who's the motherfucker to make it first. Like, nuclear bombs exist whether or not Oppenheimer makes it. Right. Like the Russians would have made the bomb. At some point, China would have made a bomb. Japan would have made a bomb. Somebody would have made a bomb.
Russia and China were dying by the thousands every day. The brutal fighting on the Eastern Front and the Pacific Theater claimed millions of lives.
Dude, I used to think that, I mean, it's kind of incomparable because it depends on the battle, but I used to think World War II, like battling in World War II would be like objectively worse than like trench warfare in World War I. But trench warfare is fucking so scary, bro. I had somebody describe to me what trench warfare was like truly like, and being alive in that time, dude, evil. Because there was almost no rules. So it was do whatever the fuck you want. There would be gas that would come over and you would just suffocate from that. But more so, like, if you're in the trench, there's bombs going off constantly. Doom, 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 doom. You're getting shell shock. That's why they called it shell shock. It was PTSD. But it was called shell shock because there was constantly bombs going off. Humans are only made to endure high-stress scenarios for short spans of time. Because in a 5-minute span, like say there's a lion or something that's approaching you, you're genetically made to deal with that stress in that 5-minute span, and either you're alive or dead, and then you move on. But in World War I, during trench warfare, that was just all the time. There was nonstop bombs. So you were always in that high-stress scenario, and if you were still alive, you were just waiting to die. And when the bomb stopped, you would go, oh, we're good now. When the bomb stopped, that meant the other people were running at you. So if you're awake for 18 hours, you're getting an hour of sleep, then you're awake for 18 hours. You're getting an hour of sleep, you're awake for 18 hours. And you hear silence, that means you have to run to your guns because the other guys are running to you to jump into your trench and kill you. And they're gassing you out. They're doing all this other shit. There would be guys, they would draft, say they had to get a letter from one trench to another or another part of the trench. They would give 4 guys the same letter and go, run. Because they knew that 2 of you at least weren't making it. So then if you were the one that made it and you didn't die, they'd give you another letter and they'd go, now run it back. And then you had to fucking try and run that shit back. And fuck that. Then it got to a point where they knew that the other guys were running over, so they would dig other trenches prematurely. And so when they heard the silence, they would run to the back trench before that one got flooded and then gun those motherfuckers down.
Germany continued its war crimes and genocide, so not great. Number 3, 1943.
It was also really bad in 1942, 1943, World War II in general. Like, one of the biggest things you'll hear people talking about is like, fighting the Japanese was really scary for Americans because even if they had the edge, the Japanese people wouldn't surrender. So if they ran out of ammo or knew they were going to die, they would just fucking run at your ass with a knife or a bayonet. Like, they would not give up. Like, they would just run at you. Vietnam was scarier too. Well, Vietnam, yeah, Vietnam also, I'm not sitting here saying like Americans were the victims. Americans did horrible things too during a large majority of these wars as well. Like Vietnam, especially, Americans would mow down like innocent Vietnamese people. But in Vietnam, yeah, dude, there would just be traps. It was all just like jungle warfare.
Remember 1942? Like that. But, again, 1943 saw some of the deadliest battles of World War II. The Battle of Stalingrad.
Yeah, dude, Vietnam especially, what was that one thing they would say? Vietnam message to U.S. speakers. Like, it's like, you're gonna die, GI, or something, is what it would repeatedly say.
During the Vietnam War,
all right, that's not what I want to
this
hear.
operation involves avoid the
It is a very good idea.
Imagine being in the jungle, bro. You're freshly 19, right out of high school, bro. They send your ass all the way across the world, and you're literally watching your fucking friends explode. And you hear this in the jungles.
Defect, GI. It is a very good idea to leave a sinking ship.
And you're covered in dirt. Half your friends are dead.
They lie to you, GI. You know you cannot win this war.
And you're there for no reason, too. Like, World War II, like, you're fighting Adolf Hitler, right? World War II, I don't support war in any way, but, like, Americans in World War II wanted to go to war. People would lie about their age to get into the army. Vietnam was the reverse lottery, bro. They pulled your name. That was a death sentence. Like, being in Vietnam had to have been one of the scariest fucking things ever. Like, having to fight on either side. Like, and dude, you're not even fighting for, you're fighting against communism. Like, you're not even fighting for, like, oh, the betterment of, like, people being, like, the Jewish people or something. Like, you're literally just going into Vietnam because your government's sending you. You would come back, and there were instances where, like, the soldiers were treated like shit, man. They didn't even like, it wasn't like they praised you when they came back, like World War II. It was so different.
Your rich leaders grow richer while you die in the swamp, GI. They will give you a medal, GI, but only after you are dead.
Like, bro.
Your government lies to you every day, poor soldier.
Like, dude, it's middle of the night and you're hearing that shit. Reverse. The U.S. would play U.S. sounds for Vietnamese people. The Vietnam, what was the tapes the U.S. would play on those big-ass speakers to the Vietnamese guys in the tunnels? Yeah, they would spray shit with Agent Orange, and Agent Orange got people killed. There's a whole video on, like, pesticides and how Agent Orange, like, ruined people. Wandering Souls. Yep, there it is. The U.S. would play this for the people underground. Make you lose your mind so you'd run out of the tunnel and then they'd fucking shoot you in the face.
Stalingrad, one of the bloodiest battles.
People don't realize how, no, I'm serious. Like, you hear about, like, you learn about war, bro, at such, like, a basic level in high school. Like, that shit, bro, like, no, like, people go, oh, war's bad, you're killing people. It's beyond that, dude. It was psychological torture to have to fucking fight in any of these wars.
Battles in history ended in early 1943 with the defeat of the German army. This marked a turning point in the war, but came at a staggering cost of over 2 million casualties.
I always think, dude, being in D-Day, man, that had to be so fucking scary. Being a guy that was getting shipped on D-Day, World War II, you're on a boat, just running on Normandy Beach, watching hundreds of people get mowed down. Explain D-Day? Bro, how do you not, like, see, why do I have to explain? How do you not know? D-Day was when the U.S. were storming the Germans on Normandy Beach. And the Germans had these concrete structures that were hooked with, like, fucking, like, like big automatic machine guns. And they had all these spikes on the beaches, so you couldn't really drive up on them. You just had to drop the boat a little, like, far back, and they would jump off the boat into the water. D-Day boats. So they would be in these boats packed like sardines, and they would drive up to the beach. This hatch would open. They would all run out. All of them would die. Not just the U.S. I'm saying from the U.S.'s perspective. I know there was other countries involved. I'm saying U.S., Germany. Germany was the people that were defending. It's like Saving Private Ryan, yeah. And you would go Canada, France, Australia. Yeah, it was the Allies. It was the Allies versus the Axis powers, but I'm pretty sure the only people on the Axis powers were Germans. Was there Italians in D-Day? I don't know if they were on the lines in D-Day or on the defending side. No, I think it was just Germans up there. I don't know. I'm not a genius on D-Day. Anyway, somebody said this is boring. Fuck out of stream, bro. Who gives a fuck? Imagine, bro, the first waves of these boats of like, you know, all the Allied powers, literally all of them died. All of them died. Like, instantly. And the U.S. and the Allies' strategy was, we're just going to keep sending people. At some point, it was just numbers. It was a numbers game. We have more people than they can kill. And then eventually they got through.
In the Pacific, the Battle of Guadalcanal and the continued island hopping campaign resulted in massive losses on both sides. And Nazi Germany continued doing Nazi Germany things. So again, a horrible time. Number 2, 1347. Welcome to medieval times. You really can't say anything about the mid-1300s that doesn't involve the bubonic plague. In 1347, the Black Death began ravishing most of Eurasia and parts of North Africa.
You hear about the Black Death too. You just start getting black bubbles, growths on your body.
Within a few years, the plague killed roughly a third of Europe, which probably put a pretty big dent into the cappuccino and scarf industries. The plague was caused by a bacterium in the fleas of rats, and rats were basically the podcasts of the 1300s. Completely unwanted, but absolutely everyone had them. Death from the bubonic plague was swift, but painful. An infected person would develop horribly swollen lymph nodes, often accompanied by fever and diarrhea, and would usually be dead in under a week. Medicine of the time was primitive, to say the least. A popular cure for the plague included taking a healthy chicken, plucking its back and bottom clean, and then strapping it to the patient's open sores. The idea was if the chicken became ill, it was helping to pull out the disease from the patient.
Oh, bro, what? So they would try and move the illness from you to another creature?
Okay, let's check your chicken today. Oh, awesome, it's almost dead. You're doing great. This would be repeated until the patient or the chicken died. Often both in many cases. Chickens weren't the only...
What was the odds of living? If you had the Black Plague, what were your survival chances? Probably like 10%. No, I feel like it had to be higher than 0, chat. Come on. Survival chances were extremely low, up to an 80% mortality rate. So there were instances where people would survive. Survival depended heavily on the type of plague. Bubonic had an 18% survival rate, septicemic had a nearly 0, and pneumonic had a 0. The bubonic plague was the most common. You had about a 1 in 5 of living.
Only animal rubbed on boils. Plague doctors also tried rubbing cut-up pieces of snakes on them as well.
Awesome.
See, snakes were considered evil, and so was the plague. So the idea was that if evil things liked other evil things, putting the snake on a boil would trick the plague into following the snake and leave the patient's body.
Wow, so people were really fucking stupid at this time. That's absurd. Wow, that was like the best idea they had. Like, I would rather them go, let's pee on it. Like, I would rather them be like, yeah, you got a wound there. I'm going to pee on it. Then I'm going to rub an alive chicken's butthole on your fucking wounds. So it sucks the fucking... The fucking sickness out.
Another cutting-edge cure for the Black Death was eating crushed emeralds. People who couldn't afford emeralds would drink arsenic or mercury instead, which probably was just a little less effective than the chicken and the snake. All the anguish from this pandemic began to pull society apart at the seams. Many people took the chaos of the situation as an opportunity to steal from the sick and weak. Needless to say, people were so...
Steal from the sick and weak, bro. If you were one of the guys that lived, you were just straight rolling in it, bro. You just steal everybody's shit. Half the households ain't got anybody in them anymore. They're dead.
So scared to help one another, many were left to die alone in misery. It took centuries for Europe and other parts of the world to recover from the mass destruction of the Black Death. Number 1,
Yeah, I could easily see, dude. If you're in the UK, over half of London dies. Like, you're going to need 30, 40 years to just rebuild society.
36. This is essentially a greatest hits of all the worst moments from human history. Things kick off with our old friend the supervolcano, which sent a cloud of volcanic ash over the entire northern hemisphere. This left most of the world in virtual darkness for 18 months. brought the global temperature down 30 degrees, and caused, say it with me, widespread famine. Things were extra bad in China, where dust rained to the ground by the handful, and 70 to 80% of the population died. The lack of sunlight led to crop failures, starvation, and social unrest. But wait, there's more! On top of extreme—
Yeah, that's pretty scary, dude, living in like perma-darkness.
Food scarcity, a plague broke out in Europe. People would break out in pus-filled boils before perishing by the thousands, making disposal of the bodies impossible. Bodies were heaped in piles or thrown into the sea, only to wash back up days later. And the southern hemisphere wasn't spared. To make things worse, 536 had a powerful El Nino that warmed the waters off the South American coast, killing fish stocks, flooding the coasts, and you guessed it, causing widespread famine. So yeah, 536.
Oh my god, dude. People were literally just like constantly on the— I feel like societies pre like 1600s were just constantly on the brink of death like every 50 years. Like, oh my god. When AI gets an innocent man arrested. Lock in.
So, very, very peculiar. Peppermill has this pretty sophisticated artificial intelligence software that analyzes faces of previous trespassers. And they get a 100% match on this guy who, whenever they trespassed them before, presented an ID that had a different name. They look like the same exact guy.
I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike.
So either he is who he says he is and he's not have ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool. And
their software is pretty cool. Software's pretty cool. You know, Mike probably has a fake ID that says he's a different guy. He's probably putting on this whole facade so he could trespass in this building again. When AI gets an innocent man arrested. Lock in.
So, very, very peculiar. Peppermill has this pretty sophisticated artificial intelligence software that analyzes faces of previous trespassers. And they get a 100% match on this guy who, whenever they trespassed them before, presented an ID that had a different name. They look like the same exact guy.
I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike.
So either he is who he says he is and he's not have ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool. And
their software is pretty cool. Software's pretty cool. You know, Mike probably has a fake ID that says he's a different guy. He's probably putting on this whole facade so he could trespass in this building again.
The fact that he's acting super suspicious. I'll be 100% honest.
He's acting super suspicious. He's acting how any person would under the presumption that you're getting trespassed for something you didn't, or you're getting trespassed when you didn't. You're getting accused for a crime that you didn't commit. Yes, you're probably going to be a little fucking angry or, you know, I guess rejecting, defensive. You're being a little suspicious. You're being a little defensive. Maybe because he didn't fucking do it.
Could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around.
Well, unless I've gone crazy, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
Nightmare
Oh my god, they actually brought him to jail. Dude, he's probably gonna sue the out of these people.
Reality at a Reno, Nevada
When AI gets an innocent man arrested. Lock in.
casino when AI facial recognition technology misidentifies someone.
So, very, very peculiar. Peppermill has this pretty sophisticated
leading to a wrongful arrest and lands an innocent
artificial intelligence software that analyzes faces of previous trespassers. And they get a 100% match on this guy who, whenever they trespassed them before, presented an ID that had a different name. They look like the same exact guy.
I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike.
So either he is who he says he is and he's not have ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool. And
their software is pretty cool. Software's pretty cool. You know, Mike probably has a fake ID that said
man behind bars.
I don't want to say that this as he's a different guy. He's probably putting on this whole facade so he could trespass in this building again. It is good for him because this sucks. Like, this shouldn't happen to anybody. But isn't he going to get...
The fact that he's acting super suspicious. I'll be 100%
an absolute bag. Like, I don't see how he's not going to make millions of dollars. He's acting super suspicious. He's acting how any person would under the presumption that you're getting trespassers off of this fucking casino or whatever that trespass for something you didn't, or you're getting trespassed when you didn't. You're getting accused for a crime that you didn't commit. Yes, you're probably going to be a little fucking angry or, past him. Because they illegally detained him off of AI and brought him to jail. I guess rejecting, defensive. You're being a little suspicious. You're being a little defensive. Maybe because he didn't fucking do it.
Could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around.
Well, unless I've gone crazy, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
Nightmare
Oh my God, they actually brought him to jail. Dude, he's probably going to sue the out of these people.
Reality at a Reno, Nevada casino when AI facial recognition technology misidentifies someone, leading to a wrongful arrest and lands an innocent man behind bars.
I don't want to say that this is good for him, because this sucks. Like, this shouldn't happen to anybody. But isn't he going to get...
What good is the ID?
And he showed identification. Right? He proved he was an absolute bag. Like, I don't see how he's not going to make millions of dollars. Who he says he is. And they still just arrested him. Dollars off of this fucking casino or whatever that trespass.
Why do I even carry that mother?
Past him. Because they illegally detained him off of AI and brought him to jail.
What good is the ID?
And he showed identification. Right? He proved he was who he says he is. And they still just arrested him.
Why do I even carry that mother?
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please.
I don't understand why they can't just scan his ID. Don't cops have that, like, in the system? It'd be different if he had a fake ID of a person that didn't exist. You know, they're like, this, hey, here's my ID. They scan it, it bounces. And they're like, this isn't a real person. Versus him literally being like, he's like, dude, I'm not Mike. This is who I am. And they scan it and they're like, oh yeah, no, that's you.
Note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On September 17, 2023, the Peppermill Casino calls the Reno Police Department to report that a trespasser has unlawfully returned to the casino. They report that they have the man in custody, but he's claiming...
Yeah, I don't think it really helps that AI is scanning images of this guy in 240p. Like, he has a very regular white guy look. You know, I don't think AI, a very sophisticated AI system.
...to go by an entirely different name than the man they've previously trespassed. Officer Richard Jagger arrived...
White guy in a black shirt. ChatGPT, 100% match. 100% match. That's him.
...arrives at the casino at 5:48 a.m.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
How you doing?
What?
Oh, thank God you're here.
The man declaring his relief at the sight of the officer is 40-year-old Jason Killinger, who is accused of...
Oh my God, no! And he's happy the cop's there because the fucking casino security fucking detained him. So he's just been sitting in the back room like, oh, thank fuck, the cops are here.
...trespassing at the Peppermill Casino.
So,
oh my God.
What's going on?
So we got this suspicious red alert, prior trespasser.
Okay.
And we made contact with him, arrested him, and he claimed that wasn't him. And
what does my name
we're just trying to...
If they have him trespassed, shouldn't they have, like... I mean, I don't know if they're legally allowed to do this at a casino, but if they're trespassing somebody, shouldn't they have fingerprints of him? And then they would just see that it's not him?
Get you guys to make phone call if it's with him or not.
So what's the issue, you guys? Did he have a different driver's license or a secondary one, or has he got more property than just this one?
Just that, those effects right there, and that's it.
1 second, pal.
But no other forms of identification. Things in his pocket.
You guys ran this information through our dispatch?
Through your guys' dispatch?
Couldn't the casino run his ID and see that it's a real ID? Wait, what? When you gamble, When you gamble and they ask for your ID, they'll put it into a machine that fucking scans your ID. And so I feel like I don't understand why they couldn't just scan this guy's ID and be like, no, that's real. Like, it's not a fake. Like, even bars have that. Not all bars, but like club bars that have bouncers. Like, they just scan your ID.
No.
Fakes can scan, though? Yeah, fakes can scan when you're 19 trying to fucking get into a bar and drink because you're a teenager. What fucking 45-year-old man is getting a fake so he could go to a casino, a fucking Peppermill casino? Like, what?
But after hours, comes back as that's being who he says he is.
So he's saying he ran it, and it's we ran it, and it's saying he's not the guy that we trespassed, but it's weird because the AI's saying it isn't.
It's on his ID, but that's what we went off right there.
Yeah, and this is one of those things. You guys have this fancy software that does all this stuff, so it's like.
Officer, what's your name?
1 second, man.
A few months earlier, a man named Michael had been trespassed from the casino for.
They do look eerily similar. They do look eerily similar.
Sleeping on the premises.
All right, man.
Maybe, I don't know. Oh, they look so similar. Fuck.
So this is who you are?
There's probably a million people that look like that. That's what I'm saying, bro. Isn't there a type of face that you interact with on a daily basis that's like so common? And I'm not saying like, oh, you have a common face, but like, dude, old people, like an old white man wearing a hat. There's dude, you could think of a guy, like, think of that face. There's probably a million people that look like that. Like, side by side, you'd be like, are you twins?
On the premises.
All right, man. So this is who you are?
Yes. What, Miss Jagger, is your first name or last name?
Last name.
All right, Mr. Jagger. Yes, that is who I am. I drive the semis for UPS. I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike. I'm a craps player here. Look, there's my socks for UPS. Can you please, you got a gun here. Will you please take me out of these cuffs? My shoulders are killing me.
You're going to sit there for a minute, man. So, when he gave you this information, did you guys verify it against an ID, or how does that work?
So, in that report there's an ID on there as well, and we can show you that one.
Okay.
Jason, a long combination vehicle driver, had been playing craps until about 3 a.m. when he decided to leave the Peppermill and go to the Atlantis casino. On his way out, he stopped at a blackjack machine and started playing. There, he was approached by a security guard who addressed him as Mike. When Jason clarified that he was not Mike and presented the guard with his driver's license, the guard apologized and walked away.
Should have been it. Yo, are you Mike? No. Can I see your ID? Regular security's allowed to ask for your ID at a casino. Give him the ID. Oh, okay, sorry. Walks away.
However,
how does it keep going?
Jason attempted to leave, he was surrounded by security guards and handcuffed. He was told that he was under arrest for trespassing.
Just need a break. My shoulder's killing me.
What do you think the actual Mike got trespassed for? Just being like belligerent, like getting too drunk at the casino?
So that's the ID that he presented.
Oh, it said sleeping? Sleeping? You get trespassed for falling asleep? I go to Atlantic City, and there are people that actually piss themselves at the slot machine and keep playing. But if you fall asleep, like a homeless guy?
Hey, look at the nose.
Yeah. Huh. Weird. Very weird. All right, let me snap a picture of that. I'll run both names.
The casino's AI facial recognition software positively identified.
Nah, actually, when you do look at it again, it's this guy's skull is wider.
Jason as Michael, the man they had trespassed.
Let me step out this way I get better reception.
Yeah. The only thing that was weird is that we'll have to, lift him up and see how tall he is.
Yeah.
They didn't measure his height to see.
That says he's 5'9", and that says 6'1".
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, why did they even call the cops? I feel like that is 5'9" and 6'1". What? I'd be like, let's just measure me. The guy's 5'9". I'm not 5'9".
This isn't the only difference between Michael and Jason's IDs.
All right, now that I'm seeing both of their IDs, they look nothing alike. Like, these are clearly two different people. Oh my God.
Jason is listed as 7 years younger than Michael.
He has blue eyes. He's 7 years younger. He's fucking, 4 inches taller and 50 pounds more.
And says that he weighs 50 pounds more. As well, the signatures are different. In his report, Officer Jagger wrote, quote, "The associated demographics on each driver's license were fairly similar, with the only major distinction being hazel and blue eyes, which are by their very nature similar eye colors and are dependent upon lighting."
And the pictures are...
Imagine Jagger goes to the guy, he's like, "You get that leg lengthening surgery, boy? So you put on a few pounds, change your eye color. You're wearing fucking contacts, aren't you? I bet you fucking got that metal rod shoved in your fucking leg. That's why you're 6'1", just so you could come back to the pepper mill, eh?"
Harry, I mean, the nose...
You want to keep playing fucking craps? I bet your dumb ass wants to... I bet you have plans to fall asleep here again.
And then we have our...
Call you a little napper.
Our new system, our new facial recognition system. And that's what it's telling us. Is it's telling us that it's looking at it, and it's doing that. And then there was another one that came up when he was at our TRK, which is one of our better cameras. This was right before we arrested him. We looked at it and said, "That's him."
99.8%. Dude, from the imagery, it does look like him.
And it came up
100%. Okay.
100% match.
Yeah. So if the software's saying it, it's legit.
Right. And it's
so
it's pretty damn accurate.
So either he presented a fake
AI from 2023. I feel like AI from 2023 was not that good.
A fake identification the first time, or he's presented.
When was like the Will Smith video where it was like he was eating spaghetti and it looked really bad?
And it now, even if
I feel like that was like 2022, 2023.
He had a twin, it wouldn't be 100.
Not 2020. AI did not exist. Like AI in the way that like AI generative video AI. That was not a thing in 2020.
100% on the facial, right?
I wouldn't think so, but I don't know, because they say twins share DNA.
Facial recognition, not generative AI. Yeah, well, I'm just saying like the scaling of AI in general.
Right.
But
I guess it depends upon if they're identical.
I've seen identical twins where it's like moms can tell them apart.
Right.
So
I mean, are these two people fucking stupid? He has an entirely different first and obviously different first name. He has an entirely different last name. Why are they saying they're fucking identical twins?
The thing that kind of made us feel suspicious, or us managers, was right after our officers made contact and they saw the ID that he's presenting today. And they're like, "Okay, it's not the same guy." He immediately gets up and starts cashing out, like running for the door. I'm like, okay, if it really wasn't him, why is he running for the door?
Why is he getting ready to leave?
Jason?
Probably vibe killer. He was going to leave anyway, playing a little bit. That might be like a gambler sign to leave. Genuinely. You're at a casino, bro. People take signs to leave and gamble or stay or go to another table. Bro, like a dime could fall on the floor and they'd be like, "That's a sign. I got to bet it all on 10. You know, some shit. You know, the security guard walks up to him. "Hey, man, what's your ID?" I'm probably going to call it a night anyway.
And would later explain that earlier that
Fucking
night,
3 in the morning.
he played at the Legends Bay Casino, the Nugget Casino, and the El Dorado Casino before
Okay, this guy's a gambler. This guy went to 4 casinos in one day.
arriving at the Pepper Mill around 11:30 p.m. He
God damn.
claimed that each time he was up $200, he would move on to a new casino. And
Nah, that's a fucking strategy, though. Because it forces you to pull out. Like, you don't keep going. Wow.
just before his arrest,
So he's up $800.
he had made $200. He also estimated that prior to the 16th, he had gambled hundreds of times at the Pepper Mill without incident. After speaking with the Pepper Mill employee, Officer Jagger calls to check the police records.
Yo, I wish I had that mentality, bro. Because there's been so many times where I am up at a casino and I keep gambling and then I lose it all. Like, if you have a hard set, this guy has a hard set limit that he leaves. Wow. And then it's like a refresh, new area. If you lose it, all right, you're even, whatever. Versus like, dude, if I pull up with like $500, I'm not leaving unless I'm up like $2,000. Like, bro, because I'm like, Yo, I'm not walking out of the casino up $100. If I come in with 5 and I'm up 100, what a lame ass fuck it. I leave the casino. Yeah, really cashed out big today. Really ran them for their money. I profited 1/5 of what I came in with. I gotta be up double.
Curious situation. Trying to positively identify somebody who may or may have or may be using a fake ID. So I've got 2 names, 2 Nevada driver's license.
What's the most you've ever won? Online gambling or regular gambling? Most I've ever lost in a day, $2,000. Most I've ever won in a day, $2,500. I'm not like Aiden Ross, bro, or XQC. I'm not like going out there fucking throwing $100K on the table. I'll be up or down like $1,000.
Numbers and all that. If there's a chance.
You lost $8K to Jason. That doesn't count. That's not, bro, I'm saying casino gambling. Yes, okay, all time, yeah, I lost $8,000 to Jason the Ween. All right, fucking, yeah, we gotta always bring that up every other fucking day. Yes, I lost $8,000 to Jason the Ween. On a bet. It was a bet. It was gambling. Yes. Fine, sure. I lost $8,000.
So I could have you run both and see if any of them come back and maybe send me...
And the YouTube video did terrible, so I didn't make the money back.
Pictures.
I did not make that money back.
Pictures in an email of what their IDs come back as?
Yep.
Huh. That is super weird. Do you see resemblance in those?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is...
But yeah, they're...
Are you up or down all time? What a stupid question. Buddy, down. Down. Are you kidding me? I don't even know how much I'm down. Down. Surely. Fucking what the hell? If I go into a casino, if I gamble, there's like a 1 in 4 chance I'm going up. Like I'm leaving up. There's like a 1 in 2 I'll be up at any point, but then I'll keep gambling and lose it.
Yeah.
That's super weird. So I have a feeling these are both the same guy, but he has different IDs. That's crazy. Because their software here, they have this facial recognition software here at the Peppermill.
Why would he go through all of it? If he got trespassed for, like, cheating, I would get him having a fucking fake ID to, like, scan the system, go back into Peppermill, and keep gambling. Why the fuck would he get a fake ID so he could go gamble at a casino that he got kicked out of for fucking falling asleep? Why would anyone do that?
And he came back as a 100% match for the character who was previously trespassed.
Yeah,
So this is definitely a weird one. So I have a feeling he's somehow making some fake identification or something, but I mean, if you're pulling them up, then they're legitimate.
Yeah, they're both through the DMV at least. He's somehow able to get them.
Because it's 2 different people! Oh my god! Yo, these people should not be cops. Holy fuck. What? Yo, because it's 2 different people, bro. Yeah, dude, these are both 2 real IDs, both registered at the DMV. You can't fake that shit. If they're both at the DMV, bro, you have to fucking borderline do a blood sacrifice to get a fucking ID at a DMV. Are you kidding me? You go into a DMV, you need every fucking thing you've ever done in your entire life on a fucking pen and paper to hand that over so you can get a fucking ID.
This discovery that both Michael and Jason's IDs are legitimate, Officer Jagger calls his supervisor, once again explaining that the Peppermill's AI technology came back with a 100% match that Jason and Michael are the same person.
Then this guy that they have now detained presents a different ID with a different name, Jason Killinger, and that has a matching photo for him now. I mean, the photos are different photos, but they look like the same exact guy. The only difference is one has a chin goatee.
One has a chin goatee, bro. They look so different. They look so different, bro. You think if you shave, bro, this guy looks at least 15 years older. At least.
That both
But definitely super weird. So all of these driver's licenses are both valid. So either he is who he says he is, and he's not actually ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool. And
this guy's got fucking money into AI stocks. This guy has money in AI stock. There's no way. There's no way. Yo, the AI is pretty cool, so it can't be wrong.
And the fact that he's acting super suspicious. How
is he act? The entire conversation they had, he was like, I'm not that guy.
I just have a feeling somehow maybe he's got a hookup at the DMV where he's got 2 different driver's licenses that are registered with the Department of Motor Vehicles with different names and dates of birth. So,
Yo, he would be a criminal mastermind if he had if he was able to register 2 different identities and have different photos of himself that he's using. Like, bro, this guy would be doing other shit than fucking gambling at the Peppermill Casino.
Yes, I'll arrest him on that and then just list him as a John Doe and then have him booked in for a wins check. Alrighty, well, that solves that. So you guys got a...
Well, another job well done. Time to go watch Quebble Cop AI when I get home. Came out with a new Minecraft video.
We filled out right.
And then,
we got the statement and all that good stuff.
Statement already done. Easy peasy. So, right now, because I can't identify you, man. It's weird. Because, essentially it looks like you have 2 names. I don't know, man.
He's laughing.
So, I can't identify you. Unfortunately, that means that they can't cite you.
Officer Jagger collects Jason's things, which includes his driver's license, a
casino chip,
player's card in the name Jason Killinger, and a debit card from his credit union in the name of Jason Killinger.
If you can't be cited, then you are arrested. So
all of his cards, all of his fucking debit cards and credit cards also have his actual name. Bro,
I'm arrested?
Yep, I'm going.
Yo, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Going to jail?
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not a joke.
And then what? He's gonna sit in jail. They're gonna fingerprint him. They're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, dude, you're right."
Man. So you'll be arrested and you'll get fingerprinted up at the jail, and then they'll be able to discern your identity and work the mix.
Oh my god, no, dude. I mean, he's a gambler, bro. He's got to be seeing money signs right now. I feel like he should be happy. He should be like, all right, yeah, let's go down there.
Up is with this stuff. I'll be 100% honest. It could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around, but they are.
Nah, he's sitting down now. That's smirk. That's smirk.
Strikingly.
Oh my god, bro. He's like, I'm gonna call my lawyer. I gotta make sure I got his hold up. Do I have his contact still?
Similar. And enough. Their fancy AI technology that reads faces. No, it says it's a 100% match. But at this point,
you know that technology, it's pretty cool, man. Let me tell you, they showed me it. It's pretty cool.
Hands are tied because, you know, a reasonable and prudent person would, based off the software, based off the pictures, based off of even your driver's license picture, make the reasonable conclusion that all 3 are the same.
I would get the cop doing this if this guy looked like somebody, like who's a person that looks like no one else, like Danny DeVito. Like if this was Danny DeVito, you know, 4'8", 85 years old, you know, like just so recognizable, I'd go, okay. You know, I get this, him trusting the AI software. This guy could be a million other people.
In person.
Yeah, Shaq. 7 foot tall Shaq comes walking through the door.
It's 2 different IDs with 2 different
names.
names.
At the back of the IDs because I have all the endorsements except for motorcycle and hazmat.
Okay.
Other than that, I got all the endorsements.
But that's the thing is
his a CDL?
So that's the thing is it's either someone else is using your stuff or you're using somebody else's stuff. And unfortunately,
or they're just 2 different people and the AI is wrong. Oh my god.
You look too much like the guy in that picture, so much so that the fancy computer that does.
I guarantee you that, bro, that is a Dell. I literally see the PC. The PC running this AI right now. Maybe it's a different PC or something, chat, but like that is a desk piece. That is a desktop computer right now. It is laying on its side. That is some old fucking fart piece of shit.
It's all the face scanning of everybody who walks in this casino.
I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that is a fucking like a fucking 1060 in that goddamn computer.
Makes the same determination that my feeble human brain does. So.
Oh, this guy wants to like fuck a robot or something. Like, what's going on here? My feeble human brain My feeble human brain can't do what this fantastic, pretty cool AI could do.
Jason's ID is a Nevada Real ID driver's license. In order to obtain a Nevada Real ID driver's license, a person must present themselves at the DMV with proof of identity such as a birth certificate or a current U.S. passport.
Oh, what you would normally bring to a DMV?
Themselves at the DMV with
proof of identity. It's not even just a birth certificate, bro. You have to pull up to the DMV with, like, previous bills. Your social security number, your fucking birth certificate, your original birth certificate. You have to show up with, like, fucking everything.
Of identity such as a birth certificate or a current U.S. passport or U.S. passport card, a social security card, and 2 documents proving Nevada residence.
I can't believe I'm going for this. All I want to do is play some goddamn dice and make some money. Yeah. If I got a check stub from my work.
Check stub?
Yeah, would that prove it to you guys?
Honestly, man,
no.
The only way is, can you get your fingerprint down?
Later, Jason would reveal that along with a check stub in his vehicle, he also had a current vehicle registration for his car in his name, a Department of Transportation medical card, a Teamsters Local 533 union card, and a valid vehicle insurance card.
This guy had more than the average person does, proving he's him. Like, bro, they're treating him like he's some teenager that doesn't have a license, has never held a job, and is just, like, broken into a building, and they just don't know who this person is.
In his name. Officer Jagger's police report would later state that, quote, due to John Doe having conflicting identification, he lacked satisfactory evidence to reasonably assure me that he was who he claimed to be.
It's not me. I don't know what the
Yeah, it's one of those, like I said, man, if it turns out that it's not you, it's one of those ones you can call the director and be like, hey, man, your software is made it a critical error.
Yeah, you can leave a bad review on Yelp.
This is what my tax dollars are paying for?
It's not built for comfort.
What the dude?
It's not built for comfort, pal. Very sorry.
Before he leaves, another officer arrives at the casino, and Officer Jagger takes the opportunity to once again explain the situation.
It's super weird because this poor guy might be, like, legitimately somebody else, and something else. I don't know. It's weird call.
Soon, Officer Jagger begins the drive to the Washoe County Detention Facility.
I'll be honest, I don't know what to think, because usually those systems are pretty good. Like,
right.
We've used those systems in the past to catch homicide suspects.
Sure.
It would be really funny if Jason just started, like, maniacally laughing in the backseat. And he just doesn't respond.
Like, they're fairly reliable, so if it comes back, you know, one angle on your face, it was 99%. The other one was 100%.
Is that right?
Yeah, so It's like, it says that you're that guy.
Well, unless I've gone crazy, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
Yeah. You seem like a stand-up guy, and it's probably a really terrible case of mistaken identity.
I can't believe I've been arrested. I've never been arrested. Never. Not once. What the good is the ID then? Why do I even carry that mother?
Valid.
That one young security guard, man, like a robot. That's what pisses me off.
Yeah. The kid that was wearing the red jacket and he looked like he was like 20.
Office, because they don't think, you know. It's like, well, this is what I was taught. Use your head. And then people aren't smart enough to think for themselves. They're just not.
Yep. Fortunately, it's the world we live in.
Dude, he's like such a nice guy, too.
If all goes well, you should be out of those cuffs in the next, hopefully, 8 to 10 minutes. Okay, good.
All right, imagine plot twist, though. They're like, all right, let's get you fingerprinted. He burned all his fingerprints off.
Because
I would immediately switch sides. I'd be like, wait, what?
all it looks like me was sleeping
Maybe he is counting the system.
in the casino. It's not me.
Despite Jason's continued protests, Officer Jagger hands him off to the jail staff. Jason's fingerprints were soon submitted for analysis.
Best of luck, man.
Best of luck.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need 35 cops here.
That's weird.
It's super weird. So it's one of those ones, like, I genuinely, like, I kind of believe him.
Yeah.
It wasn't long before the fingerprint analysis conclusively established that Jason had been telling the truth all along, and he was in fact Jason Killinger. Later that same day, around 4 p.m., Jason was released from the jail on...
Imagine he's walking out, he's like, oh, maybe I wasn't lying that it was me. Oh, interesting. Oh, the fingerprints. Oh, the pretty fancy AI.
His own recognizance. The day after his release on September 18th, 2023, he went to renowned urgent care Vista, where he was diagnosed with a strain of both the right and left shoulder.
Oh, he got injured too? Clutch.
And contusions on both wrists. On July 30th, 2025, Jason...
He pulls up to court wearing a neck brace. Just fucking really leans into it.
Filed a complaint.
Oh, dude, the handcuffs.
In federal court
started banging my head on the wall. I couldn't move.
Against Reno police officer Richard Jagger. While at the jail and after his identity had been confirmed, his arrest papers were changed from John Doe to Jason Killinger. The federal complaint states that this meant Jason would be prosecuted for trespassing, even though Michael had been the only one who was trespassed. According to the complaint, Jason's charge of trespassing was eventually dismissed.
Oh, I was going to say, what? They're kicking him out for looking like another guy?
However,
he's actually getting trespassed?
Now has a criminal record.
He actually, that stays on his criminal record? Bro, he had to have sued for so much money. He had to have sued for so much money.
According to the complaint, facial recognition technology has led to wrongful arrests in Louisiana, New Jersey, Maryland, and Texas. Many cities now conclude that for an arrest, there has to be some kind of secondary corroborating evidence that is unrelated before there can be sufficient justification to arrest. Jason Killinger's case remains ongoing. If you'd like...
Damn, should I start, making myself look like other people and just, really suspiciously wander around in Atlantic City? Just go to casinos, just, until a security guard walks up to me. Sir, are you Jonathan? No. Yeah, you are. No, I'm not. Yeah, with a trench coat on? No, that'd be scary. Wait, I want to look this up. It's going to be, an undisclosed amount. I hate when they do that. I hate when it's this person sued, and then it's oh, we don't know how much money he got. Lame. Lame. How much money do you think he would actually get from that? Bro, I feel like it'd be maybe $100K. Nah, not million. Bro, it's not $3 million. It's really hard to sue. And you're suing a casino that has a shitload of lawyers.
Must be a liberal sissy.
And what you do is you collect that oil, and after 30 years, you might have a full tank, maybe. Allow me to give you some more examples of this treacherous content I'm speaking of. One nigga that's been allowed to fly under the radar for too long is Coyote Peterson.
I'm Coyote Peterson. Nah, Coyote Peterson's no, there's an educational aspect to it, though. You know what I mean? It's it is, yeah, it's the anything for content vibe. But when you watch Coyote Peterson, part of you is curious, how painful is a bullet ant? How bad would it be to put your hand in a glove full of bullet ants? He is a little too educational to it. I hate how he doesn't slip character. He'll just be that really hurts. All right, so right now I think I'm dying. I'm dude, just Actually, yo, don't abbreviate Coyote Peterson, Matt. Let's just say Coyote Peterson. Yeah, let's, don't abbreviate Coyote Peterson.
I'm about to be bitten by the toe biter on my big toe.
You don't really look like you want to do this, though, do you, Coyote? You know, this guy's a wildlife David Attenborough, Steve-O situation. And to sum up his content, let me just dub over it. In this jar, we have what's known as an African tribe killer. Receiving its name after it bit a small African child, its powerful venom ended up killing the entire tribe with Bluetooth or something of that nature. Now we're going to be Christian rapper.
It's all skits. I got permission for it.
What a well-spoken YN. Boomk has actually got crazy receiving a lethal dose of this venom directly into our bloodstreams. I'm never doing a bit like that again, but
that's masochist, not a sadist. Wait, what am I thinking of? Sadistic.
You get the idea. The guy gets bit by stuff that you don't want to get bit by. And then just look at his reaction after getting stung by an executioner wasp. I would say that's an appropriate reaction after getting...
No, deriving pleasure from inflicting pain on others. Yeah.
Getting stung by an execution.
Yo, but like, I want to know how pain, like, you know what I mean? Like, Coyote is curled up in a ball on the ground. You're like, damn, that must hurt. This motherfucker's been stung by everything. So that has to hurt so much more than you think it would. Because, like, the pain tolerance you would build up from just being like, yeah, I've experienced basically every bug sting in the world. And now this has you on the ground rolling. Like, this is probably now. My bad.
Character development. He gets a pass. Most of you have probably heard of
10 out of 10 pain.
No wasp gang. And then bro goes on to say this. Jackass. I could deadass make a whole separate video on whatever the
You 3x every video you watch? Yeah.
To firmly answer your burning question, yes. For me, this really is the end.
Look at his recent videos, you lying ass nigga. 8 of 12 of the videos involved you being hurt by some form of wildlife, bruh. But whatever pays the bills, I guess, Coyote. Damn, Coyote's a tough ass name. To an extent, I'd understand somebody like Coyote doing things.
This is the blindfold race. We'll have 4 contestants compete in a 50-yard sprint, blindfolded.
I mean, this is a calm one, bro. This is like one of those
things like this. Let me get that to an extent slowed and reverbed.
Yeah, with Coyote, there is that, like, I could see this being on Discovery Channel in, like, 2012. LA Beast, though, boring Jackass segments. The good Jackass segments is when they're like, we're gonna cover Oh, no.
But when people do dumbass challenges for like 50 seconds of fame.
And in fucking peanut butter and release a bear in the room with him.
Bro, your skull is hollow. Give it a knock. But surely the phrase,
bro, I hate those videos on TikTok. We're gonna cover his dick in honey and then put a bunch of bees on him. Or motherfuckers be eating raw eggs for like fucking galaxies, dude. And they don't even eat them. They chew the raw egg and then spit it out. Like, bro, that's not worth $20. That's worth like 50 cents. Not even. You're chewing a raw egg and spitting it out. Like, that's not, yeah. All right. It's just wasteful, too. It's like you're just eating the eggs and just like being like, oh, this is so gross. Go kick that wasp's nest. My name's Johnny Knoxville.
Do it for the Vine.
It's not that bad.
Do it for the gram has straight up claimed lives.
And this is the wasp kick.
The Jackass movies really encapsulate what
a rose.
Like those words used to move mountains, I'm telling you.
For the gram? Yeah. Yo, do people still make those NPC videos anymore? I feel like I ain't see TikTok. I hit not interested on so many.
I'm trying to say because people really just be doing anything for content. And you know it's bad when even
TikTok lives that I don't really get lives anymore. I feel like they're not really lucrative. As
Bull points it out.
I gather the stupidest people in town.
Word.
Everyone has to wear a blindfold and run as fast as they can.
As much as they used to be. Some of them do. The Spider-Man guy. The
person who gets the furthest is officially...
Well, bro, most of the Jackass cast was, like, on copious amounts of drugs. Dude, no. He still does it. The guy that pretends to be Miles, like, while they were doing this.
The dumbest.
Whenever I see someone doing something within the vicinity of obscenity.
Morales, that was on Kai Cenat, Kai Cenat's Mafia-thon. He doesn't do those anymore. There's no way. Jason Nash. No, Jason Nash will be like, all right, let's get a TikTok, let's get a TikTok battle going. All right, guys, I need to see. All right, yo, thank you for the roses.
Yeah, I always think of the idea of life trajectory, which is pretty much like how unique experiences, opportunities, choices, you know.
I'm gonna need more roses. Ugh. And they're always just like doing other shit.
All that. It all leads someone to their present situation. Now, what choices could you possibly have made that led you right here?
I'm like, it's not even like half the people on TikTok Live. It's like, bro, like you're doing work while also being on TikTok Live. Old Jason the Ween TikToks were crazy. TikTok Lives or TikToks? I used to do TikTok Live back when I was in high school, 2020, maybe even a little bit in 2021. Yeah, dude. I remember I went to school. Bro. And I was like, yo, I made $80 on TikTok, bro.
And you can be psyched at.
Not the right ones, nigga, I'll tell you that. Bro, for me to participate in a Jackass movie.
TikTok Live last night. I was just blowing up balloons for 4 hours. Then I popped them all. That was the live. That was the idea. That was the bright ideas Joe Bart had at the time. Let me blow up a bunch of balloons.
But you know the saying, completely willingly? You have to give me either the deepest bag. I'm talking Rothschild, Rockefeller, blood money. Israel owns 98% of the world,
I don't know. Some of the Jackass segments are a lot more doable than the other ones.
And you tell me to jump and I say how high? Stay with me now. For content creators that people say they want good, entertaining content.
Like, they do have ones that are just, like, funny. And then they have ones that it's like, all right, Steve-O, shove a fish hook in your mouth and go jump in the water.
And for some reason, the reply is, so how many Tide Pods did you want me to eat? Oh, I got 3 in my...
Like, and they reel them in. Like an actual fish. Like, that's pretty bad. Right? Yeah, like, I don't know. Or were they...
Hands right now. Sometimes I
tried a Tide Pod. Didn't chew into it. Just like, you know, threw it up, caught it in my mouth. Disgusting.
think I'm a high functioning life form, bro. Yes, my corners are receding, but you don't see me doing no dumbass challenge.
Like mush their... Okay. See, no, now we're describing... Ugh.
If I'm gonna do something for content, it's not gonna be on the lines of no David Blaine shenanigans. David Blaine...
Some bad segments.
Or you have to threaten to Blood Eagle and Braz and Bull me. Why that sounds zesty, though? You know, is the CEO of just doing
I went
shit.
and got a fluoroscopy, and I realized that you could actually make an aquarium.
I don't know.
It's not right. Subscribe. It probably sounds like I'm exaggerating my conditions for participation.
What's like the craziest LA Beast shit I would do? I mean, I've done the one shit, but that's really just like a challenge. I would do a milk mile, like stuff like that. Like, I'm not really afraid of throwing up anymore. I used to be really afraid of the idea of vomiting, and I used to be really like against the idea of vomiting. I just like don't give a fuck.
Which I'm really not. I'm good off this. 2 2s to my word, Crody. I'm not doing this.
Yo, you're sick to my stomach.
Now, like, it's just, as long as I'm not throwing up stuff that I ate before.
The crazy thing is I can't even show the worst one.
Oh my God, I hate that accent. I hate that slang, bro. What part of Canada is that? Where they're like, oh it's 2 Dans on the floor. Right? Like, that's gross. Like, stomach virus vomit? But, like, if I'm just, like, vomiting milk, I'm like, what are you saying? What? It's Toronto? But what does that mean? What is Crody? Oh, Crody fam. Oh, I don't really care. You know, banana Sprite, nah, that'd be fine. It'd be gross. I'm like, what? That doesn't even sound real. Let me look up, like, Canadian. Yeah, when Jinxie lost, he did the banana Sprite challenge. I'm not gonna do it, so I'm gonna say that. Let me say that right now before I say what I'm about to say. When I saw Jinxie do the banana Sprite challenge, part of me wanted to go live the next day and do it the right way. Throw up everywhere and be like, that's how you do it. And then just end stream. Bro, because if I did the banana Sprite challenge, I would rip those bananas in 3 minutes. Not even 3 minutes. I would rip those bananas in 2 minutes, and then I would chug that Sprite, dude. I would rip that until I threw up. Yeah, 20 minutes, bro. You got like 5 minutes on the clock.
Your stomach, and you could have koi fish, creatures, or anything live there.
Just to list off some...
Oh, what?
And I realized that you could actually make an aquarium in your stomach, and you could have koi fish, creatures, or anything live there.
Just to list off some things he did in 1999.
So he swallowed live fish?
99. This is predating Do It for the Gram. This deranged, irregular human decided to bury himself in a plastic coffin underwater for 7 days with no reels. So instead of handing in a job application, this guy decided to spend 168 hours inside of a container. Honestly, an interesting perspective to have, but I know damn well bro was doing it for that cable TV clout. This nigga
Yo, dead ass, bro, like some Harry Houdini shit. You ever see that one image? I love looking at that picture of Harry Houdini. Where he's in Toronto slang. Oh, Nizit Mandem ting. Oh, Grody. What? like, I feel like that's not, bro. That's like making shit up. Like, that's not even real. Like, Harry Houdini bridge photo. Where everybody's like looking at him. And you could tell he's like the crazy guy at the time. They're like, oh my God. Is this man actually going to jump into the river covered in chains? Oh, no. It's like the crowds that are forming to watch this guy just jump into the water. Yo, bro. What? Gerp covered in chains.
Hung himself upside down for 60 hours straight. Doctors literally warned...
That's a slang term. Gerbert Toronto slang.
Him that this nigga, they said he will die. David said, but them views though. And what I think is his most insane
meaning. What does that mean? What does that mean?
on Evers when he froze himself in ice for 63 hours. Surely the large majority of people were telling him just to.
You're a germ. Personal nickname, mishearing.
Not do this.
That shit sounds.
Well, I just don't I don't understand how David Blaine makes money. Like, because it's not a YouTube video. Is it like being sold on cable? Like he's selling tickets to shows, right? Like a 63-hour challenge, like there's not like shows there. Like how are you making money? Sponsors? Yeah, but who's going to sponsor David Blaine almost dying?
Ridiculous.
Because even if he's just ignoring them, right? In one of his challenges, he hung himself over the Thames for 44 days. Surely there's some executive officials you gotta talk to beforehand, no? Or did the London government hear the pitch for the idea and for some reason approve it? But maybe I got this guy all wrong, because I don't think he even does it for the views.
Somebody else's word. That's not actually a word. It's not even showing up. I feel like you guys are just making up Toronto slang. It's slang. Okay, yeah, but I'm saying it would still have a definition.
One's from Jackass, and I doubt I'll even be allowed to describe it, so I'm not going to. But I think this is purely love of the game at this point.
I love the game. I love the
When I dive into the psyche of people that are willing to put themselves through some bullshit for the sake of content, I question if they're really old.
Well, I think it's also like one-upping previous. I think like the idea with like magician.
There in the head, you know?
Let's check Urban Dictionary. I feel like it'd be like GURP. 70 plus Toronto slang words you need to know. And just like stunt artists in general is they always want to one-up the guy that Geese, Nizzit, yeah, that was famous before them. Like David Blaine wants to be, I don't even, yeah, the six, the tutus, the Wagwan. The Wagwan. Wagwan, it's say wants to be. I think David Blaine will be the perceivably like modern day Harry Houdini.
But it
is a friendly greeting that means what's going on. Wagwan, my guy.
Easy to look at, but it's easy to look at people like David Blaine and Coyote who physically harm themselves.
Oh, what up, Crody? Wagwan. Wagwan, Crody.
Those videos. But the mentally straining videos low-key just be as bad. You remember Mr. Beast before he was a bitch?
What? Like, if that would like piss me off. Like, if somebody.
Billionaire.
Yo, actually, bro, that shit. I would rather get stung by a bullet ant than have to say Logan Paul's name 100,000 times or like count to 1,000,000. Yo, like I would rather have the 30 minutes of he said that. Horrible pain than spend 20 hours repeating somebody's name.
Oh, fuck poor people.
He said this in a full Gucci tracksuit, by the way. And to this day, he claims he has negative.
Oh, mandim, Wagwan Crody. Wagwan Crody. Oh, what? I'd be like, yo, are you speaking the same language?
Negative money.
Technically, everyone watching this video has more money than
Stop the cap.
in their bank account if you subtract the
language is me. I would actually be so confused. There's no way people actually just casually say that, though.
Let's take a look at Steve-O, probably the most successful person from Jackass.
Equity value of my company, which doesn't buy me.
That's just like also just not true.
Yes. How much money do you think they paid him for the first season? Like,
oh my God, probably like $1,000. The average person has like 20K in savings, like less. Like, there's no
$100 million or something like that. You know, that seems like a
bro. I even think like the new one, like Jackass Forever, bro. They probably got paid like fucking 50K.
Reasonable amount. They paid this nigga
No way. There's no way he just doesn't have like 30 grand in a bank account. How much?
5 grand. That is the same amount as a set of 4 tires. But in the end, I guess it did work out for Steve-O because it did launch his career and allowed him to
pin this.
If Jesus came back and he showed up in Canada and the first person he sees goes, Wagwan, Crody, he's like, ah, fuck this, I'm going.
Does the average American have in savings? Oh.
Back. Yo, Dad, yo, tell some angels to come scoop me, motherfucker.
Whoa. It's more than I thought. Oh, under 35's 20K. The average American has
just said Wagwan to me.
Yeah, Jesus comes back and he has a Toronto accent.
To do fucking 4 more of these fucking movies. So maybe
Wagwan, Grody on the second coming. 62K in savings, but that's also accounting for people that are like 80 years old. The average 75.
Workout might not be
It's time to lock in, eh?
the right word, but you know, he got a little something more than 4 medium range tires. Now, when it comes to content, it's not just all entertainment. I know we got some good
5+ person has 90K. 65 to 74 is
amongst us. Giving an opinion on OF is low-key too controversial nowadays. So instead, I'm gonna just pose myself.
The most 100,000 in savings. That's cap. I don't think so. If you have a retirement fund, bro, like you're putting money into 401k your whole life. When you're 65, bro, there's people that have like 100 grand.
With a hypothetical, if I was a Sophie Rain archetype, right? Am I tooting for the bag,
dude? Like
that's an average amount of money. Like 100K is a shitload of money. But not for somebody that's been working a 9 to 5 for 35 years. Like,
come on, Jimmy. But anyways, before Miss,
oh my
what
God,
are we
like,
talking
can we talk
about? What are we talking about? Where did this turn?
The Beast was rich. He used to make videos like saying Logan Paul's name 100,000 times, which lasted 17 hours.
I thought we were just talking about Steve,
but you know, he got a little something more than 4 medium range tires. Now, when it comes to content, it's not just all entertainment. I know we got some gooners amongst us. Giving an opinion on OF is low-key too controversial, by the way. It's actually crazy to think that Mr. 451 million subscribers was out here saying Logan Paul's name for content.
Yeah, and like, who's watching that? Like, it gains popularity, but nobody's like watching the 17 hours of him saying, okay, actually, you want to know who's the NPC in this world? There is
virtual nowadays. So instead, I'm gonna just pose myself with a hypothetical. If I was a Sophie Rain archetype, right?
Is somebody that has put on the 17-hour Mr. Beast video of him saying, Logan,
am I tooting for the bag?
Dude, like,
yeah, I'm doing OnlyFans for fucking $50 million a year. You fucking Logan Paul 100,000 times and watched it.
Tedious content requires willpower, bro. That is something I don't have.
$50 million? $100 million a year? Are you insane?
Oh my God, like, can we talk about like the...
I'm such a fat fucking shit.
You know that Minecraft hardcore YouTubers that build those insanely
the political and economic state of the world right now?
I mean, that's like an absurd take to be like, no. Like, yo. I mean, I'm not judging somebody if they don't want to, you know, like for
difficult things. And it takes like 4 months to just complete one video. Those are the real grinders. Because what business do you
respect to it? But I'm also going to be like, yeah, respect for the bag hustle, you know? 100 mil. Whew.
Have building a
1,000 days in a Minecraft world.
Mathematically accurate black hole. It took bro over.
Woo! How much did she make last year? 100 million? How much did
500 hours of recording and editing. And a year in total to complete.
Did Sophie Rain make last year? She like said it. Yeah, just on OnlyFans, Sophie Rain made $43 million last year. And she also probably makes money on like Instagram and Snap.
It's been a year, daddy.
I have somewhat respect for bro, because at least his self-sacrifice for content does not involve committing
chat and fucking every other social that she posts on. Bro, 43 million. So why aren't actors ugly anymore?
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
Bill Murray was 33 when he shot Ghostbusters.
That's right, boys.
And I gotta say, Bill Murray is an unconventionally attractive man. Before we get into why aren't actors ugly anymore, I'm gonna do a bit of Bill Murray glaze here. I don't think Bill Murray's ugly. I think Bill Murray is a black pill 4, right? Sub 5. But I think the way he puts himself on is like an 8. You know who's really attractive? And I always glaze this guy. From the Fallout show, Walton Goggins. I think Walton Goggins is one of the few men that can rock the horrible hairline. And he is also, I think Walton Goggins is like a 9. Like, Walton Goggins is a very attractive man, but he's unconventionally attractive. He has a very bad hairline, and he doesn't really... I think it's like his facial symmetry is very nice. He's a good bone structure. Now I'm glazing.
This is what actors in their 30s and 40s look like, but something has changed since then, because actors that age...
Facial surgery and Botox. Large-scale facial surgery from the Hollywood's greatest to try and keep themselves looking the same that they did in their 20s, to where when they're like 50, they start looking like dolls. And it's scary. Like, I love a man in Hollywood that owns the wrinkles, you know? Like, owns the wrinkles. There's a lot of older women in Hollywood that do it. And I think a lot of women in Hollywood don't go overboard. I think a lot of women in Hollywood get like base Botox to kind of like get rid of like the crow's feet. But like, I'm never going to judge what people want to do with their face. And this is kind of me. It's sounding like I'm judging. But like Ryan Gosling does a lot. He has a lot of, I don't know if this image is edited, but like his face is more puffy from what he's done. You know, like I still think he looks great, but it's like there becomes a point where it's like, okay, you look like a 50-year-old that's making themselves try to look 30 versus like, I think you can look great as an aging man or woman, right? Who's like an older actor that doesn't do Botox or like facial surgery stuff? Like, maybe like Ashton Kutcher, but he's also not that old. Jack Black. Jack Black was never... I'm more talking about, like, guys that were considerable heartthrobs, you know? Like, people that were, like, you know, praised for their attractiveness. Whereas, like, Jack Black, I think he's obviously great-looking man. Stunning. Stunning. Has cheetah eyes. But, you know, he was never praised for his attractiveness. He was praised for his acting abilities, his singing... how, like, cool he was. William Dafoe. Yeah. William Dafoe does it well, too. Yeah, like, I think he looks good. I know he's old, but he looks like, it's like, I fuck with that, you know? Like, dude, that was, like, the uncanny shit was that Dunkin' commercial. Can we watch that real quick? And then we'll get back into it. Like, I know they CGI de-aged everybody, but it was fucking creepy. But, like, they made all of them, oh, my God, like Joey, what is his name? Not Joey Tribbiani. Well, that's who he plays, but I always forget his actor's name. Dude, that's creepy. No, the worst one is Jennifer Aniston. They make Jennifer Aniston look scary. When she shows up, bro. Like, she looks like a doll. The way they CGI her face. Oh my God. It's just, I think that's one of the reasons why actors aren't ugly anymore. But like, it's also just this obsession with looks on social media, especially short form media now, where I think a lot of people that get opportunities, it's like the foot in the door is no longer the acting ability, it's the look. I think Hollywood is so much more now about like, we want a guy that's going to look good, right? But it gets unrealistic. You know what I mean? Like, now we have, like, Timothée Chalamet. I'm not saying he has this, but, like, Timothée Chalamet did Marty Supreme. I think he did a great job. You know, blah, blah, blah. The promotion was awesome, right? But, like, you could have, like, Timothée Chalamet playing a regular New York taxi driver. Totally unrealistic. Totally unrealistic. Let's get a guy that actually looks like a fucking New York City taxi driver, okay? Let's get a regular guy off the street and fucking cast him. Why are we trying to make people... Why are we fitting these, like, 10 out of 10 actors... in terms of attractiveness to like just like an average role? We're like, yeah, this guy's definitely gonna just be flipping bergs. No.
Today don't look like this anymore.
I lost my hand!
They look like this. Or like this. Actors today...
Yeah, 35? What the fuck?
Today need to have great hair, perfect skin, and be in flawless shape. They don't look like regular people anymore. They look like supermodels. This isn't every single actor.
No, they look like supermodels, and then there's like this weird diverging role, right? It's like older movies from like 2010 and before. You had people that were really attractive. You had the average looking guy or woman. And then you have like people that get cast in ugly roles, right? Like, they did it a lot in Disney. They did a lot in Nickelodeon. They do it a lot in, like, comedy movies where, like, they literally cast somebody to be the ugly guy. Now, it's, like, really attractive people, average extras, and then ugly people as roles. I always wonder that, too. I'm like, that sucks to be cast as, like, the fat guy in a role. I always wonder if that upsets them, you know? Because there's so many movies where it's, like, they literally cast you as the ugly fat guy. But that's your role. Like, you're not a main character. You're just, like, a side scene for 5 minutes where it's like, oh, look how ugly and fat this guy is. and then they move on.
But it's clear there's been an overall change in how A-list performers look. And it's also how they're shown to the camera, like in low lighting and with more vibrant colours. They're surrounded by other people, and on an actual set, rather than a green screen.
Everything's under control, situation normal.
You're probably going to say this is because of a wider trend of movies looking bland and flat nowadays, and things like bad lighting, dull colours, and the Netflixy look make basically everything in modern movies look worse. And also, we can't ignore cosmetic surgery.
As my plastic surgeon always said.
But if you look at movies from before the millennia, it's hard to deny that the actors looked more like regular people.
Keep it still back there, lady, or else we're gonna have to shoot you.
I feel like maybe, do you think that it's also just the lack of average looking people getting into acting? Because all the people that I know now in social media and just also in my life that get into acting are like 8 out of 10 or higher. I think like so many people that love theater and want to get into acting are like shunned at a young age because they don't fit like this beauty standard, even if the skills are there.
Okay, so the word ugly is a bit harsh, and I'm not trying to objectify.
Yeah, no, I don't think ugly. It's like that people in Hollywood don't look real. Like, am I crazy to say there's an uncanny level of attractiveness where somebody is so good looking that it's actually a turnoff? Like, you don't look real. It's that good. And it's like, okay, no, like you look like a doll, like actually like a doll. Like they've sculpted you.
Or body shame anyone. Most people who are cast in movies aren't unpleasant to look at. I just mean that they have bodies and faces that practically belong to a normal person without the aid of personal trainers, dietitians, and plastic surgeons. They look like normal everyday people you could see walking down the street.
I need a man who has powerful friends.
Bruce Willis, Bill Murray, and Jack Nicholson aren't bad-looking guys, but they have a sort of everyman appeal that we just don't see in today's
Yeah, you would walk past them on the street and not bat an eye.
Stars.
Saw it on the television.
And I love that because I think that brings you into the movie, you know? When it's just like a regular handyman that becomes this agent or something, and he's like a 10 out of 10. I'm like, bro, the average roofer that I hire to do a job is not going to look like fucking Brad Pitt, right? He's going to be a big gut, blue-collar man that's going to fucking staple some paddings to my roof, you know? He's going to look like an everyday guy I walk past on the street.
Big part of this is that today, people just generally look younger.
Physical, clean.
Hey. I think people look younger. I think people get work to look younger. And I also think the average person today is better looking too. Can I say that? I think like every generation looks better than the generation before it. Maybe that's also a fashion thing. Like if I look back at like pictures of 30-year-olds in the 1950s, they look weird to me because they're wearing like fucking clothing that isn't in style anymore. Isn't that the point of evolution? Yeah, like natural selection to a degree. But I also think people are better at holding themselves and like, you know, making themselves look the best that their potential enables them to.
26.
There's a great Vsauce video from a few years ago that goes into this in more detail. Essentially,
we watched that. That was a really good video too. What, that people look older?
In more detail. Essentially, the clothes and overall style has changed, and combined with better medical care, nutrition, and less smoking, people are healthier and better looking.
I guess I started smoking when I was about 4.
Healthier is a debatable question.
So here's a few age comparisons that highlight this in action.
My mom was already dead from lung cancer.
Gene Hackman is 44 here. Actors in their mid-40s today look like this.
Are we soulmates?
Or like this.
And that's nuts, man. Like, I know for a fact in my mid-40s, I'm not going to look like that. I'm going to look so much worse. Like, it is unreal, dude. He looks 32. Like, how old would you say, genuinely speaking, Chad, how old would you say Chris Evans looks there? 34 tops. Mid young 30s.
Or like this.
39.
There's quite a big difference.
Just a little slap.
Sylvester Stallone was 30 when he first shot Rocky.
Look at his face.
A comparable actor today would be Timothée Chalamet at 29.
Young pup.
But they play very different types of characters. If we want to be fair, let's compare two all-American action stars.
Drop it, dickhead.
Glenn Powell, 35 in Twisters, and Bruce Willis, 33 in Die Hard.
Bro, Glenn Powell will still play the young love interest in like a 2026 rom-com. They were not casting 35-year-olds to do that 20 years ago.
Robert Pattinson was 35 when he played Batman, and Michael Keaton was only 2 years older.
Bruce Wayne. Are you sure?
But Keaton has visible lines around his mouth, his hair has receded a bit, and he has a subtle 5 o'clock shadow that doesn't feel purposeful. But Pattinson, even though dressed up to look sleep-deprived and reclusive, has a chiseled jaw and perfect skin. Overall, he looks a lot younger.
That's interesting.
But there's something more at play than actors simply looking older in the past.
Frank, they're not here for you.
Do you think it's the makeup too? They still were doing crazy makeup in the 90s. Like, that can't be what it is. They're not making them look younger in the film.
It's the kind of faces that have changed too.
Weird Al Yankovic is on the plane.
It's the everyman look, receding curly hair or imperfect skin. And it's because of these distinct features that characters had a stronger sense of personality just by looking at them.
Do you have any hobbies?
I collect spores, molds, and fungus.
But before we continue, let's take a moment to thank today's sponsor.
Dude, I gotta rewatch all the Ghostbusters films. I think that it's ugly people trying to get into acting and then they never make it because they look bad. But they don't look bad. It's like there's so many roles in acting that need to be filled, right? There's so many people going into acting. It's like this bottleneck effect where there's like, 10 roles but 100 people applying. But even then, it's not like, oh, it's because they don't fit the bill. Like, there's so many average people that need to get cast for roles, but it's just like they're picking like 10s now for fucking main characters.
In the opening of Once Upon a Time in the West, we meet 3 characters who don't survive the end of the scene. But they all have an interesting look. Al Mullock has long hair blowing across his face and vibrant blue eyes. Jack Elam has the long eyebrows and beard that goes down his neck. And then Woody Strode looks completely different, with a square jaw and a piercing look. From their faces alone, we can get a level of understanding to their character. It's hard to put into words, but we get a feeling that this guy is going to behave differently to this guy. And then compare them to the station manager. We can understand the dynamic just from the way they look. You can say this is down to great casting, and to some extent it is, but ultimately, it's just these guys' faces that carry the entire 15-minute opening.
Oh, well, I suppose it'll be alright.
Yeah, like he just looks like a disheveled old man. Like this guy looks like some dude you would see on the side of the road in New York City.
It'll be alright.
It's the same with the heads of the 5 families in The Godfather. Sure, they all look like mob bosses, but they have small differences in their appearance.
You're all grateful.
Wow, I love like the YouTuber breakdowns that these guys, or not the cinephile breakdowns that these YouTubers do. Like, I love these analyst movies. I never think, because it's like such subconscious shit that you don't even think about until they bring it up. Where it's like, wow, the mob bosses really are very similar, but like the mustache and the slick back hair is different. A cinephile, that's somebody that loves movies.
It's the same with the heads of the 5 families in The Godfather. Sure, they all look like mob bosses, but they have small differences in their appearance.
You're all grateful to Don Corleone for calling this meeting.
How they style their hair, the type of suit they wear, and how fat they are, all goes a long way to tell us about their character.
He had all the judges and politicians in his pocket.
And this isn't just limited to side characters. Even the leads in the past had a more interesting look. They didn't all look like supermodels.
You look like 40 miles of rough road.
This is people like Sissy Spacek, Leslie Nielsen, and Cher. They simultaneously look like a normal person, but also have a unique look.
Completely normal individual.
Kurt Russell in Escape from New York was big, but in shirtless scenes his abs have little definition. Bruce Willis was handsome, but his receding hairline and modest muscles retain a sort of everyman look. And compare how Hugh Jackman looked in the first X-Men film in 2000 to Deadpool Wolverine.
Yeah, he looks better. It's like, how does Hugh Jackman in his 20s look more average than now?
So what is the effect of this? What is the
fucking ripped six-pack? Looks like he's on steroids.
effect of seeing these regular looking people on screen? And how does seeing interesting faces work to make a movie better? Let's take a look at a few examples.
What have you done to it? What have you done to its eyes?
This is Mia Farrow in Rosemary's Baby.
I'm Rosemary Woodhouse.
As the film progresses, she cuts her hair shorter and begins to look paler and thinner. Visually, we understand the transformation the character is undergoing.
I'm not changing. I just want to go to Dr. Hill and get a second opinion.
Would this work if she was played by someone like Margot Robbie? I don't think so. It's Mia Farrow's unique look that helps make the character feel like an actual person that could exist somewhere, which makes us empathize with her more.
Dr. Hill, please.
It's the same with John Travolta in Blowout, Shelley Duvall and Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Well, because the average person that's watching a movie that wants to relate to the main character isn't going to... Like, I get you casting fucking Chris Evans and Hemsworth for Thor and Captain America. They're fucking superheroes. They're not supposed to be everyday people. Thor is a god, right? But, like, when you have a regular taxi driver playing a role in a movie, you want that guy to be relatable, and the average person watching the movie isn't going to relate to a guy that's a 10.
In Star Wars, Luke and his family look like fairly ordinary people, whereas Grand Moff Tarkin and the Imperial officers have a much more austere look to them.
Fear will keep the local systems in line.
In the 20th century, the pool of actors to choose from seems to have been much more aesthetically varied than it is today. There was actors with big noses.
I got it. Go ahead.
Big foreheads.
He's gonna prove it to the whole world.
Heavy-set eyes.
Did you know that?
And receding hairlines.
You and me together, that'd be tops.
We subconsciously infer things about people's personality based on their features, which in turn helps them create a richer character without much heavy lifting.
Mentally, you picture my dog.
In Taxi Driver...
But I think they do so... Like, there's still TV shows... I think movies, it's gone away, but TV shows, they still have it. Always Sunny in Philadelphia isn't even filmed in Philly, but it still gives that Philly vibe. They look like regular-ass white people that live in Philly. Danny DeVito is like Danny DeVito, like sometimes they make him seem like a goblin, bro. He'll be naked crawling out of a fucking couch covered in oil. Like, I know that's part of the comedy, but it's like they're not like, imagine if Always Sunny in Philly was just like Margot Robbie, Brad Pitt as the old guy, and then, you know, Olivia Rodrigo. You'd be like, okay, well, these aren't regular fucking Philly actors. There's shows where they actually make fun of that. Like, I Love LA. They make fun of LA culture. They look like LA people. They might live in LA, but like they cast people that like fit this LA role, and it makes fun of that. So I love that show. I don't watch it all the time. I'll watch it with Brooke when she's watching it, but it's a good fucking show. But even back then, they had people that didn't. It's so weird because I think on average, movies in general do cast higher attractive roles. But like, dude, the cast of Friends, all attractive, all of them. Maybe Ross is like unconventionally attractive, but like Phoebe, Monica, and Rachel are all 9s, 10s, right? Very pretty. Joey Tribbiani, attractive guy. Chandler, attractive guy, right? Ross, I would say maybe unconventionally attractive, but he also was signed for that role. It makes sense, right? Like, Ross is still a good-looking dude. It's like all of them were 10s, almost. Chandler, I think Chandler was a good-looking guy. Obviously, he was dealing with, like, you know, problems where he was fluctuating in weight and, like, he looked different depending on the scene. But I think overall, he still looked good.
This guy, completely bald on top, but with a flow at the back. This guy with his scruffy beard and round glasses. And even De Niro himself with his 5 o'clock shadow and redness around his eyes. If you got into a cab and this was the driver, you wouldn't think twice.
Did I tell you to do that with the meter?
All of these actors look like they actually belong in the setting rather than just walking out of a dressing room.
Can I talk to you for a second?
And this is environmental immersion. In 1976, after Sylvester Stallone went 15 rounds in Rocky, his face was soaking wet, his hair sticking to his head, and he's covered in blood with his face fully contorted with bruises. But in 2015, after Michael B. Jordan fought in Creed, he's just got a subtle sheen of sweat and a small...
Yeah, bro, they make him look too good. I'm like, this is, bro, Patty Pimblett in that UFC fight where he didn't get knocked out, but he got his head fucked up so bad that he literally looked like a pumpkin. His face was swelling so much. Like, get the hell out of here. I'm supposed to watch Creed and be like, oh, dude, his face is a little scuffed and he's getting killed this fight, but it'll be all right.
Bruise around one eye.
Like, I need to see one eye swollen. Stop! Like, that would put you on the floor. Bro, your face would be so fucked if you got knocked like that.
Stop! It's me!
At the end of Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's suit is ripped to hell, revealing his bruised, dirty, and sweaty face. And
that's one thing I'll say about Spider-Man. People get upset with me. I think the first Spider-Man is the worst Spider-Man. I think that Tom Holland's Spider-Man is better than Tobey Maguire's. But I think Tobey Maguire fits the Spider-Man look the best out of any of them. I love Tom Holland the most. I actually think Andrew Garfield second, Tobey Maguire third, off of acting. But when you think of like everyday New Yorker, kind of a nerd, you know, a dweeb, getting these powers and then becoming a superhero, I'm not thinking of Tom Holland. And I'm not thinking of Andrew Garfield. I'm thinking of Toby McChud, you know, Chud Maguire, you know. That's the guy that fits the bill, you know. Looks like an everyday dude, gets powers, becomes some superhero god, has that really cringy scene where they slick his hair back when he's Venom and he's like, I hate that scene, by the way. That's the worst. Like that, whenever I see that scene, it's right below the Happy Birthday song in Breaking Bad.
His chaotic tear across his mask.
Mr. Osborn.
But for Tom Holland, he's got a couple of cuts that seem very intentionally placed, and his suit isn't ripped at all. His mask hasn't been torn open, but just neatly taken off.
Hey, Blondie? Water?
After Clint Eastwood walked 70 miles in the desert, his face is completely scarred and burned. We can barely recognize him. But today, there aren't many examples of actors looking scarred like this. It seems like everyone has to look perfect all the time. It's as if somewhere along the way, almost every actor has taken
That movie was so fucking bad. That movie was so fucking bad. Jurassic World, love Scarlett Johansson. My God, this movie was terrible. Every scene, she's like, well, I'm a co-op expert. That's why they hired me. I'm a co-op expert. What the fuck do you have to do? I'm a co-op expert. Okay, so we're bringing you to go extract dinosaur blood? You worked in the military and, like, covert shit. What the hell does that have to do with going to stab a T-Rex? Okay? You have your skill transfer. That's like you being a pro in Rocket League and being like, I'm a Rocket League pro. And we're in fucking Vietnam. And we're in Vietnam. You know, we're loading artillery, and you're like, don't worry, I was SSL. That means about jack shit to me. What the fuck does that have to do with this?
It's as if somewhere along the way, almost every actor has taken the substance and transformed into a kind of picture-perfect version of themselves. Not a single wrinkle, not a hair out of place, and completely smooth skin. The best we'll get is maybe a small smear of dirt or a tiny...
The worst that I despise is movie scenes where they're like so fucked. They've been surviving in the wilderness. They, you know, fighting limb to limb to survive. And then you see their teeth, pearly white. They've been in the jungle for 6 months. And they fuck up their face and they make them look, you know, all messed up. And then they're like, and you see the glare off their teeth. I'm like, yo. It's not like why we can't tint their teeth yellow to make this look more real.
Cut. And they look great, but when everyone looks perfect, things start to get a bit stale.
Well, see, no, that scene's different because that's just Vin Diesel, right? That's Dom Toretto. Vin Diesel after plunging a burning car into dirty water. It's Dom Toretto.
And they look great.
Dom Toretto's fucking a badass.
But when everyone looks perfect, things start to get a bit stale. And sure, this isn't every single actor working today. You can still find distinct looking people, but it seems like it is the majority of them. In an article from
That's what I was saying.
2021, Raquel S. Benedict likens our body to become an investment in which we have to maximize our value through looking good. We're reduced to a collection of features like perfect skin or a strong jawline. The body is not—
Oh my God, what is that thing called where it's supposed to give you a better jaw? Bro, just like chew gum. I never understand that shit. Jawser size, I think is the name of the product.
Features like perfect skin or a strong jawline. The body is no longer the vehicle through which we experience joy and pleasure, but a status symbol that needs to be constantly presentable to the world.
Put your greasy tits away, you preening slut.
For actors, this is taken to the extreme, especially for women. They can never age or show any imperfection. They need to be a bankable star, and a big part of this is looking good on camera.
Pretty girls should always smile.
Let's take hairlines as an example. Sure, Andrew Garfield probably got a hair transplant because he thought it would improve his appearance, but also because it's better to have a smaller forehead as a leading man. And with modern technology, if you can fix this, why wouldn't you?
Yes, Sergeant!
This just wasn't the case in the past, hence a wider spectrum of hairlines and a bigger aesthetic variety.
I wouldn't touch one hair on his goddamn little head.
But today, this is becoming increasingly noticeable, and more people are...
But it's when they're playing a role. I think you want a smaller forehead when the main character is 40 or below. But if you're a main character in your 50s as a guy, having a perfect hairline is almost off-putting. Because the average man in his 50s is going to either be bald or have a receding hairline. Like, without a doubt.
Commenting on it, and here are a few things they've said. I miss actors having normal teeth, and then a picture of Tom Cruise from The Outsiders.
Check this out, buddy.
It's so annoying and just plain boring that everyone has the same teeth, the same body. I miss people looking...
Okay, well, the Barbie movie is a bad example because Margot Robbie is supposed to look uncannily perfect. Like, I was gonna mention the Barbie movie where she's supposed to look perfect, right?
Different and interested.
Restroom and make sure my hair is perfect.
I watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers last night, and it stood out to me that while Sutherland is hot, he's also clearly in his 40s. Like, if Hollywood wanted to make a movie of a 40-something A-lister playing a middle-aged health inspector, who would they cast? Ryan Reynolds? Chris Evans?
I got this.
We no longer have leading men who are good-looking and charismatic, but also don't look like they wake up at 5 AM to hit the gym. On Twitter, someone was talking about the 1974 movie Taking of Pelham 123. They said it's weirdly invigorating to watch a movie where every actor has an incredible face, and they all look normal, like no veneers in sight.
This is supposed to be a democracy.
Old actors have more grace than current ones. We can't have a truly accurate cast for the Beatles because they just don't make weird, crusty-looking young men actors like that anymore. I miss casting movies that weren't all A-listers or trying to be. Sometimes just having normal-ass people in your movie make...
I have been complaining about the fact that... Oh, wow, this guy plays the serial killer in Dexter. Anyways, sorry. I don't even know this guy's name, but I just recognize the face. I've been ranting about how I don't like that the new actors, like Gen Z actors, it's like there's like 5 of them. there's like 5 of them. Whenever you see a big new movie coming out, it's never like a random actor playing the main role. It's always somebody that's like super famous. And I think it's this idea, too, from Hollywood that, like, what gets ticket sales is mainstream actors. And it's true to a degree that, like, if you see a movie that's coming out and it has a famous actor in it, you're more likely to go see it. You know, like, if Jacob Elordi, is in a movie, you're going to be like, well, I kind of want to go see that. But if Jacob Elordi's not in the film and it's just, like, some random guy that isn't that super attractive... or woman for that matter, it's like, you know, it's the same thing. The level of popular actors is like